Ta-da! I don't know, I always expect something to be big when it happens, and it never does. Hello, 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 hello. My name is Fiona. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the host of What Am I Rolling, which is a twice-monthly RPG one-shot podcast, and the host of this stream, whatever this is, Too Long Didn't Read Tabletop RPGs. A stream where I decided I need to be more accountable and actually read my bloody RPG books. I hope you're doing very well this evening. It is very cold. Hello, Blues Cat. Hello, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's very cold where I am. It's been cold for the last couple of days, but I just can't be bothered to go outside. I went for a long walk this morning, and it was definitely worth it. But I'm glad I did it early and not in the middle of the afternoon, because it was like, I mean, I'm complaining. It's just because I don't like the cold. It was like -1 degrees outside. Centigrade? No, Celsius. That's where my brain is at today. But I hope you're doing well. Today, my friends, today we are going to look at a book that I actually have already looked at, obviously off stream. Because when I first got it, I was like, oh, this is amazing. Why aren't more people talking about it? Why aren't more people raving about it? And I have some thoughts about that. In terms of maybe accessibility, maybe in terms of sort of like promotion and stuff like that. But today we are looking at Vaesen, or Vaesen, depending on where you come from in terms of pronunciation, but Vaesen, the Nordic Horror RPG, which is Free League, published by Free League a couple of years ago now. I was a massive fan of Free League, and I know like bare basics of the history, so don't actually be on this. But originally, see, I've got the original book. It was sort of based on Vaesen by Johan Egerkrans, Spirits and Monsters of Scandinavia Folklore, collected and illustrated by Johan Egerkrans. It's a very beautiful book. If you are like me, sorry. The one thing you will find with this stream is I'm going to be like, oh, look at the art. I mean, look at how beautiful that art is. It really pops on. Oh, you can't even see it. There you go. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. It does, the camera does not do it justice at all. I will say this book was a bit expensive to get. It was about 35 quid. And I think it had to be shipped over, unfortunately. But the back of it says, they may look like us, but they are not of this world. They have many names and many guises. They are elusive, bewitching, and dangerous. But yeah, I got this actually based off what I read about Vaesen, the RPG, because I wanted to see where it had come from. And now, obviously, Johan Egerkrans is used as the Dragonbane artist as well, and has been used for all the supplements for Vaesen as well. So I was like, I want to get my own copy of it. He does have some other books as well, one called The Undead, which I also have. It's in the massive pile of books I've yet to read. But yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about folklore. And in particular, what I find is really interesting, again, with Free League, not only is it sort of like role-playing games for everyone, and it doesn't matter what the genre is, etc. You know, we've got Walking Dead, we've got Forbidden Lands, we've got Coriolis, all that sort of thing. But it is nice that they make games specifically using Scandinavian culture, like Dragonbane, bringing back Dragonbane was a huge big thing, and the same for Vaesen, a brand new RPG, and the original core book is all based in Scandinavian countries, and it's using that Scandinavian folklore. And then with the supplements, it's branched out a little bit to UK and Europe. The same thing with Tales from the Loop, actually, thinking about it as well, because obviously that came from an art book, and then obviously was expanded into an RPG, and then there's been a supplement about what if Tales from the Loop happened but in the UK, which is pretty cool. Oh god, everyone's coming now. Hello, Chloe the Foe, thank you for joining me. I think it feels like everyone is talking about it now, I know. And Hazard Stripes as well. Yes, Blues Cat says on YouTube, I basically live in the town where the game is set, Uppsala. Oh, fantastic! Oh, that is so cool. Oh, it's nice to actually have someone who's not just one of my friends. I mean, you are a friend, Blues Cat, so it's nice to see you. But yeah, I have the actual physical copy as well. What I will say with all physical copies from Free League, solid, you can hear that, very solid. Beautiful, I mean, never know what to call it, because some books do it. Some publishers do it. Some publishers don't do it. Where they say like what the font is, and what the printing, like what paper did you use, etc. Because the paper in this, and obviously the font in this is gorgeous. I'll also say it's very easy to read. Although we'll get to the character sheet in a second, because that one is a bit more difficult to read. But it's just beautifully set out. Again, I appreciate I'm not doing it any any justice, but we'll go to the PDF in a second. But it's beautifully set out, and it's easy to read because it's not huge blocks of text. But instantly, I can go to a page. You see the spacing is a little bit better. Just you can read it easily, which I like. And then there's some bits where like the actual. You're not going to see this until I go onto the actual page, but the text is a little bit more concentrated there as a sort of play example or a historic example, which it just shows it's different. And I do like, maybe, sorry, this is hopeless until I actually show you. I do like the little symbols, little decorative symbols on the boxes. They're very cute. Yeah, a nice big box. Well, enough about my big face. I like being able to find stuff easily. Well, have I got a book for you, Chloe with the Flow? I'm also here. Can chat at work with popped out. Interesting hazard stripes fueled by chaos. You're two places at once. Well, let's move over to the actual website. We can get it. Let's go to the Freely website. There we go. They've changed their website fairly recently, I think in the last couple of months or so. So it's absolutely a beautiful website to look at, very responsive, just rubbish for streaming, obviously, but I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can see the cover image there, and we can do a little bit of reading of the blurb to see what we can get from there. Here we go. So, I'll move my water bottle. Welcome to the Mythic North. In dark forests, beyond the mountains, by black lakes and hidden groves. At your doorstep, in the shadows, something stirs, strange beings, twisted creatures looking at the edge of vision, watching, waiting, unseen by most, but not by you. You see them for what they are, or what they really are, sorry. Vaesen. Welcome to the Mythic North, the northern Europe of the 19th century, but not as we know it today. A land where myths are real, a cold reach covered by vast forests, its few cities lonely beacons of industry and enlightenment, a new civilization dawning. But in the countryside, the old ways still hold sway. There are people who know what lurks in the dark, and they know to fear it. Oh, dun, dun, dun. Look at how responsive these images are. How cool are they? Oh, so good. The fun story is that I'm supposed to be learning lines. Oops. Well, it's all right. I'll forget. I'll tell you what. I'll come to your audition, Chloe. Don't worry. Vaesen Nordic Horror Roleplaying is based on the work of Swedish illustrator and author Johan Egerkrans. Vaesen presents a dark Gothic setting steeped in Nordic folklore and old myths of Scandinavia. The game mechanics use an adapted version of the award-winning Year Zero engine. So again, we're going to discover things that we've already sort of looked at in this channel before. It's a good engine. There's no need to change it, in my opinion. Oh, look at that. Tag yourself. I'm definitely this woman. Tag yourself is the one picture there. So key features we can get from the core book. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit because the pictures are great, but we need to see. Oh, I've ruined that, haven't I? There we go. There we go. 10 ready-to-use archetypes to let you create a character in minutes, or use the included life path tables and let the dice decide. That's good, so we're not overwhelmed with too many archetypes. I feel sometimes people, like Cult the Divinity Lost also did the same thing. There was like 20 archetypes, which were very good and very specific, but you know, if you want to get ready and go, the less is better, but it's nice to have 10 different ones, I think. Quick and flavourable rules for combat, investigations and horror, so tick. Rules for developing the player character's headquarters during campaign play. So yes, you get a headquarters with this. Very Blades in the Dark-esque. A detailed gazetteer of the Mythic North setting and the town of Uppsala. A score of blood-curdling Vaesen to encounter, all beautifully illustrated by Johan Egerkrans. And then an introductory mystery called The Dance of Dreams. Very good. So you obviously get you can get the core, the main copy, but I do have to mention the other supplements that you can also get, because it'll be a shame not to. Oh, you don't need to see my bar there. You don't need to see my... What's she got on her toolbar? You'll never know. So the first one that came out was A Wicked Secret and Other Mysteries. These were sort of more... they're scenarios, essentially, for bone-chilling cases that will test your abilities to the fullest. So they're just standalone mysteries, essentially. From the... still based in the Mythic North And then what came out, I think Mythic Britain and Ireland came out next. Hang on, I'll move the text on the other side, which really irritates me, so I'm going to have to do this now so you can see the rest of my screen. Don't look. But yes, this was obviously using it was a supplement for the supernatural British and Irish Isles. We're not going to look into that today too much, but I can actually I can really recommend it if you want to set stuff in Britain and Ireland. I think it's a really good supplement, written by Graham Davis, who people might know from White Wolf. I want to say off the top of my head, I did interview him a little while ago. But it's quite cool because it takes on, it like looks at the different culture, because obviously the way sort of like the Enlightenment age was in Scandinavia, it's very different to what happened in the UK. So it was and Ireland, sorry. And so having that comparison and sort of being able to transpose the society and how it would operate differently is just really cool. I think I said yesterday I've been reading Hunter the Vigil as part of a different RPG reading book club, and I'm enjoying it. And one thing to note from that is that they deliberately try and write about the different other sort of cells, are called sort of, and cells, compacts, and conspiracies, so the different levels of hunters and what influences them. And it's just food for thought, really. It's really interesting. Everyone's. It's a Thursday. Everyone's in. Hello, Dead Teacher. It's nice to see you there. Oh God, everyone's doing Twitter and YouTube. Well, that's very nice. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. I'm good. Just doing some editing. We'll be posting the episode as soon as I finish. Oh, hooray! I'm looking forward to the next Backwater Bastards episode. So you can have a look at that if you're like, I want to do stuff about Britain and Ireland. The other one they've done, by the way, God, every time, is the Seasons of Mystery, which again, more cases, but for each season of the year, which is great. And I must say, I absolutely love the cover on this one. Absolutely gorgeous. No, I can't open it to be a bigger one, but we'll see other ones. And I will say, like, you can see a little bit there, the different images. I will come up here and say, absolutely cracking. Love that. But the one I did want to mention before we move on into looking at the actual book, I want to mention this one that came out, the most recent Vaesen book, which, again, rewriting, The Lost Mountain Saga. So this is an epic campaign which uses 5 mysteries for Vaesen, but this was inspired by a podcast, if you can believe. One day I will have everything together. So this is the podcast website, which is, I think this is the dream, right? It's to have your podcast come into like a supplement for an RPG. Just really, really cool. And so what happened was during the pandemic, I'm just gonna scroll down to this person, Eleanor De Lorenzo, this person here, she's the game master, and I need to make it smaller. There we go. And she basically created her own like setting for her friends, and they recorded it, and it's only about 40 episodes or so, and obviously it did so well that they contacted her and they've made an actual book and expanded the actual setting, which is so cool. It's really cool, and it is a beautiful artwork as well. So if I go to the Lost Mountain, yeah, I think that is just so cool. The other thing to mention, I had a quick look and I was like, oh, what else does Eleanor do? She's an actress and all that sort of thing. But the really cool thing, and I hope they're going to do more of it, she is now the face of Free League videos. So you can see the last couple of videos before Electric State came in. She does like the intro videos about how to create a character and stuff like that, both in English and in Swedish. So she's done ones for Dragonbane so far. That's just really cool. I'm really pleased for her. It's just nice to see a woman do a podcast, gets a book deal, and becomes the face of an RPG company. So I'm just like, that's very exciting. So I hope there's more videos on that. That literally just came up on my feed about 10 minutes ago. So I'm like, that is awesome. So yeah, I'm just very happy for them. Enough of that. Let's go and look at the thing, shall we? I know Twitter and Twitch get them confused. Yeah, I know the thing. I listened to most of that podcast. It's pretty good. I have not listened to it at all, but I will check it out because I was just very excited that it was based on it. But if you say it's good, I'll be listening to it then. Blues Cat, no problem. Heck yeah, indeed. Get rid of Chrome. There we go. So, what we're going to look at today, we're going to look at as much as Vaesen as possible. Again, I'm very aware. I think this is the one thing why I do think it might have gone under the radar a little bit, is that there isn't a quick start for Vaesen. Now, I know, I understand why there isn't, perhaps, but when you've got, or a starter set as well, is the other thing I wanted to say. There's no starter set for Vaesen, and there's no quick start for Vaesen. And the reason I say this is I noticed that they are pushing, Free League are pushing like their Coriolis quick start recently, and their Forbidden Lands recently. They've been pushing it on Twitter. And they've got obviously Electric State coming out, and what they're very good at doing is putting out like the alpha PDF so that everyone can read it and stuff. And I just kind of wish that we had something similar for Vaesen, just because I think it's, obviously I'm already in. You see an artwork like this, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm in. Here's my money. I want to read the rest of it. But it is 240 pages. And if you, again, it's just trying to get a taste or a feel of it. The other thing I'd say is that in terms of downloads that you can get stuff like the character sheets for free, you can get the handouts for free, but there's no quick start demo scenarios. Again, Free League doesn't tend to do those sort of things, but I just wish there was a way to get people in and trying it, and certainly to test out that Year Zero engine. So that was the first thing that came to my mind when I was looking at this. I was thinking to myself, it would be really nice if there was a quick start of like 60 pages or something for people to get their grips, to get their teeth into, essentially. Anyway, so we're going to look at as much as the core book as possible. We might not look through everything. I know there's an adventure at the end. There's going to be lots in terms of setting, which we'll quickly glance at as well. The one I do want to get to, if we have time, is that there are solo rules for this. So the solo Thursday's Child's solo rules, which came out fairly recently as well, which just essentially, a bit like the One Ring Strider mode, just turns Vaesen into a one-player game. And so yeah, I'd be curious to see that, because with the One Ring, with Strider mode, what it did, it added a few extra mechanics. So I'll be interested to see if it adds anything to Vaesen per se. Because fun fact, Fiona's fun fact, is that yes, there's combat in Vaesen. Yes, there are, you know, you can do attacks and all that sort of thing. But that's not how you solve the mysteries. Very much like Call of Cthulhu in that sort of sense, is that there's no point in fighting because you'll probably end up dead. Here it's all about like rituals and like how do you tread that line between the folklore and the fae and industrialization and enlightenment and the changing of the world, which is moving on from these legends and these urban folk stories, essentially. One thing I'd recommend, and it's less so because obviously it has its own RPG, but Rivers of London, which is that detective. It's like the terrible tagline it has is that Harry Potter, but if he joined the police force. I don't think that's a particularly good tagline, by the way, but I think that sort of defines what it is, because it's basically magicians in the police force having to deal with police force rubbish, but also then having to deal with like the rivers and like how the various kings and queens of the rivers and how talking about boundaries and stuff, as well as solving crimes, all that sort of thing. That's a more modern day version of what we're probably looking at here. I guess my interpretation of what this would be if I was trying to sell it to someone is that it's kind of like Buffy, if Buffy was in Scandinavia in the 19th century. I don't know, but a group of people come together for a common purpose, and they have to go and solve mysteries, but hopefully in a non-antagonistic way, in a non-combat way, ideally non-violently as well. What have we got here? It would be good if there was at least a fan-made third-party quick start. Maybe there's forums. That's a good point, Bluescap. Good point. As a sort of guide if you already own the book. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm a big fan of those quick reference like sheets for players as well. Even if the rules seem very straightforward. Alien doesn't have the same thing as well. Like they have the quick start box with all the pre-made characters sheets and all that sort of thing, but they don't have here's the main mechanic you need to think about, etc. I don't think any of the Year Zero books do. And again, not a bad thing. I just noticed that if I give people a sheet that says player reference moves, they can then go, okay, I've got 11 moves I can do. Just to help prompt, because sometimes you're like, I have no idea why. The final thing I want to say before we move on to the actual book, I'm going to look at the character sheet, and I'm going to tell you why I have a problem with it. And I know it's so silly. So this is what the character sheet looked like. First of all, beautiful, very pretty. You've noticed I've zoomed quite far out. But then even if I zoom in, enhance, how tiny is this writing? Like even on the screen, like we're zoomed in at 150% now. I know even then, just then, I can just see the name. The teeny tiny writing is so small. And even that character sheet is so small. I can only imagine what it looks like. I wonder if it's actually in the book. You know what? I should have looked at that. I bet it's bigger now that I've looked at it. Oh no, it is. It's still. Hang on. Big Fiona view. It's still quite small. Like the actual sort of like bits to look into, but I just think those little bits of writing. I mean, you don't need them per se. You know, name, age group, whatever. You know, but I just needs a little bit bigger, I think, just to make it a little bit more accessible. That's the only thing. But I will say, what's good, and I know our friend Ty would be interested in this in our Discord group. I don't think you'll be able to see it. There's a little bit of a brown shading you can see to the actual like the big box of the character sheets. You don't have that on the actual page, which is great for printing. We love that. But yeah, so you also get a character sheet. A one-page character sheet, good. Everything's on one page, so you don't have to be flipping constantly, which is nice. And everything seems nice and ordered, very pretty. And then we've got the HQ sheet as well. Again, it looks so. You're like, oh god, enhance constantly. But yeah, looks good and looks quite clean as well. So at least, even if you couldn't read the tiny writing, at least you'd be able to write in it, I guess. The only thing is, as you can probably tell, it's not form fillable, but you can get those on the download website. The download website. You can get them on the download section in the Free League Publishing website. I can't read that paper. I've heard. Sorry, Blues Cat says I've heard people compare the show to Grimm. Yes, absolutely. The sort of Grimm's fairy tale inspired one as well. Inspired TV show. What's the one? Supernatural to an extent as well. Less grim, I think it was than Supernatural. What else has been saying? It seems like it seems like this game has a steep learning curve for an inexperienced GM. I think it's a plus if you're used to mystery RPGs as a game master. I absolutely agree with that. I think when I first read it, I think when I first read Vaesen, I was actually running Alien. So instantly I was like, oh, this makes sense to me. Like, and I much prefer stories that are a bit more improv, a bit more loosey-goosey is what my term is, because sometimes you have the mystery of like, this thing is attacking people in the village. What do you think is the ritual in order to solve it? And of course then it's onto the players who are like, oh, salt? What do they do? And then it's up to you as a GM to be like, yes, oh, that doesn't work, etc. So being open to like people giving solutions that aren't necessarily like what you think is the solution, because it doesn't seem to be like, it's a bit like Brindlewood Bay or the Between, is that there's no one that's been designated as the murderer, and it's you as a GM to be like, make sure all the options are viable until the players come to a conclusion, go, this is the way we're going to do it. The book needs more examples of how to organize an adventure, I think. Okay, we'll check that out for sure. Yeah, I think like in terms of like as a GM guide, maybe they'll do another one of those perhaps, because you think like, because with Alien they have so many books on that, like here's what to do for the Marines, here's what to do recently the New Worlds one, they've the colonists, how to make those campaigns as well. So maybe they'll do more in terms of like adventure, like generations and guides and stuff, because currently they're just putting out like scenarios and stuff, which is fun, but yeah. Right, okay, so let's dive in. We'll see how far we get in roughly about 2 hours. I appreciate I've already chatted far too much as it is, so let's... Oh, actually, why did I zoom in just now? There's no point. Oh, we've got double spread. Oh, that's nice, but we're going to do single spread because that's the way I roll. So, the symbol of the society there. There you go, Vaesen, a Nordic Horror Roleplaying game based on the book Vaesen by Johan Egerkrans. Good. So, enhance a little bit. So, we have overall 10 chapters in this book. With you can see at the end, that is the Dance of Dreams, so that is the mystery that comes with the book, so we probably won't be looking at that particularly. We'll look at the introduction, so what is Vaesen, Vaesen in a nutshell. Player characters, I think that's good to have that right at the beginning. I think we talked about that before. It's like, whilst world building and lore is really interesting, don't have too much of it at the beginning, because I think people want to see how to make a character very quickly. So you can have like a primer, but there's no problem with that. So we've got player character, we've got skills, talents, conflict and injuries, and then the sort of the setting of it, the history and the headquarters. I hope we can look at a bit of that. The mythic north and Uppsala, and then Vaesen, so basically the bestiary, a little bit, and we can see some of the creatures of it. And then they do have a little bit about the mystery there, but maybe we'll just go into a little bit more. So hopefully we can get to those as well. And then, of course, as always, we've got some background tables. We've got a background table. That's the preface. Oh, shall we have a bit of a read of the preface? Why not? The prologue. I think that was the one I always remember. The prologue. Move this a little bit. So, I have always loved monster books. One bright August night in the late 1980s, my 10-year-old self made contact with the enchanting world of role-playing games. It wasn't just the playing that was magical. Delving into the monster books was just as cool. Specifically, the prosaically titled The Monster Book and The Monster Book 2 for the Swedish fantasy RPG Draken och Demor, illustrated by the inimitable Niels Gullikson. I appreciate pronunciations are not going to be great, and I appreciate we do have someone who is in the chat who is Scandinavian, so apologies in advance. These modern bestiaries were teeming with strange creatures. Some were original creations, but others, like brook horses, trolls, and Vatia, I recognised from myth and folklore, although they had been recast into role-playing monsters with long lists of attributes and skills, or stat blocks in role-playing game lingo. I could sit and read and fantasize for hours about what it would be like to encounter these beings, and with the help of a box of paperback books, some weird-looking dice, and a friend or two, I was able to do just that. When my editor, Marja Lindvist, and I came up with the idea of making a book about Nordic folklore, the old familiar monster book for format seemed like the perfect fit. By beautiful drawings and the right amount of text, just enough to spark the reader's imagination, became the perfect way to present the old Vaesen. The main difference is that the creatures and beasts featured in Vaesen do not have stats. They are allowed to keep their mystery. I'm delighted to say that Vaesen seemed to have inspired many of today's 10-year-olds, just as the monster book and its sequel fueled my own imagination back then. Now you're holding the role-playing game Vaesen in your hands. The Book of Folklore-inspired role-playing games has gone full circle and has become a game of its own. With this book and a set of dice and a group of friends, you can venture into the dark wood and encounter the mythical brook horses, lindworms, trolls, and Vatir. But our Vaesen still lack the endless stat blocks of old. We wouldn't want to spoil the mystery, would we? How cool is that? Again, somebody said to me a long time ago is that as soon as you give a stat block to like a deity or monster, that's kind of it. So like, why would you give like Cthulhu a stat block? As they have done. It's a bit like I have an anthology, the Uncaged anthology, which is like a D&D set of books that are written by a whole group of people, but it's about changing the narrative about female monsters. So like Medusa, she's not man-hating or anything like that. She's it's recasting her in a different light, etc. And there's one called, I think it's Uncaged Goddesses, and it's really cool. But none of the gods featured in it have a stat block because they're goddesses. They'll just destroy you. Don't mess with them. Why would you even think about it? So yeah, I thought that was really cool. Vetir, plural, are basically gnomes. Oh, very cool. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right, let's dive into the introduction. Oh gosh, tiny writing. So this is a play example here. We won't read out the play examples just because. But this again, very typical of Free League to have like a sort of almost like a script. So like player one and all that sort of thing. Hey, Astrid, was that not on the other person's? Oh, interesting. So let's. There you go. There we go. Start up here. Start here, sir. The author of Cult Divinity Lost said how ridiculous it would be if you were to give stats to, for example, Jesus. Like, it makes it mundane. That's so true. That's so true. And yeah, Cult Divinity Lost, I've ran it recently and I really enjoyed that. And that is also that for me, similar to Vaesen, it wasn't about the rules per se. What I enjoyed about it, what I enjoyed about it was the lore and the setting and stuff. So that's what's really gripped me here. Great game, Cult Divinity Lost, but gotta be careful. So what you're holding in your hands is a role-playing game based on Johan Egerkrans' book Vaesen, Spirit and Monsters of Scandinavian Folklore. The idea is that you and your friends will use it to tell or play mystery stories together in mythic Scandinavia of the 19th century. Only one of you will have to read this book in entirety, but it would be good for the others to flip through the first chapters as well. If you're not supposed to know its contents by heart, but would rather use it as a reference book while playing the game... Oh, you're not supposed to know it by heart, sorry, yeah. In addition to this book, you will need pens, paper, and at least 10 six-sided dice, or d6. Alright. Sometimes in my long-running campaign, I worry about how gods are doing things, and then I remember it doesn't matter. They're gods. We are gods! Yeah, exactly. So, throughout history, supernatural Vaesen have lived side by side with the people of Scandinavia. But these creatures are not perceptible to human senses unless they choose to be. Invisible, they've helped out on farms, assisted in carving. Sorry, it's because I read that story about the Calvin Klein adverts that got banned recently, so that's why I've got it in the head. Made sure that stray ewes find their way home, and kept people safe during the harsh winters or wildfires. In exchange for some of the farm's milk and grain, Vaesen have filled the fields with flowers, shown the ways to ponds, where people can see their futures reflected on the surface, and whispered dreams into the ears of sleeping. Into the ears of sleeping? Whispered dreams into the ear of sleepers, possibly. I don't know. In the 19th century, Scandinavia is changed by industrialization, war, and revolutions, and new ways of thinking and understanding the world are spreading through its universities. Old truths are being questioned. The rural poor are pouring into the cities or across the Atlantic to escape starvation, hoping to build a life where they can be free. It is no longer the nobles and priests who decide how the people should think and act. Instead, those who are able to use the inventions of the new age can make a fortune and exert influence through their wealth. Factories are emerging around the cities, giving rise to vast suburbs where impoverished workers are crammed together in harsh conditions. The elderly are left behind in the villages, along with those too weak or too scared to leave. Meadows have become overgrown, forests are cut down, and the construction of railways between cities lays waste to the paths and communities that have existed for centuries. Glassworks spew out chemicals, whilst the mines eat their way into the mountains like wolves, feasting on a wounded animal. Excuse me. The Vaesen of Scandinavia are changing as well. The villagers used to know how to appease creatures when angry and gain their help with farm work. For instance, when they refrained peeing on the ground where the Vetir have their burrows, and provided the Nisa with porridge and a new hat every year. But the old rules and traditions no longer seem to apply. The Vaesen have turned aggressive and bloodthirsty, snatching children from villages, wrecking houses and setting barns on fire. In certain parts of Scandinavia, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more because even my eyes are struggling a little bit on this. The supernatural seems to have grown stronger and acting erratically, like a storm sweeping over the farmlands. There's rumours of kittens being born with 2 heads. Oh no! That sounds horrible. I know some people will be like, more kittens. Streams where the water is mixed with blood. Forests lulling young ones into eternal sleep, and fairies dancing through the villages, luring youngsters into the woods to slave for those underground. In other places, the creatures seem to have disappeared from the countryside, as if they never existed, and magic along with them. It's also said that some Vaesen have followed people into the cities and found new homes in sewers and abandoned factories. Some people in Scandinavia are able to see the Vaesen, even when they're trying to stay invisible. This is called having the sight. If you're one of them, you are one of them. At some point, you experience something that scared or hurt you. Maybe you almost died in a fire, or a werewolf chose to reveal itself to you. After that, nothing was ever the same. Suddenly, you could see nature spirits stealing food from the tables, and trolls showing up uninvited to weddings and christenings. That's no way to talk about Auntie Marjorie. Good thing about the main... Oh, sorry. Blues Cat says, the good thing about the main rules being set in a real city is that there are photos from Uppsala in the 19th century to draw inspiration from if you choose to set it there. How awesome is that? Yeah, absolutely. I love that sort of thing. Obviously, when you set in big capital cities like London or even Manchester, Vampire the Masquerade does something similar with... They've got like some supplement books as well. And they have sort of images. Obviously, London's the bigger one, but they've got some of Manchester as well, where I'm from originally. And that is really cool to just be able to, like, oh, I know that hotel, or that's the railway being created. So yeah, no, I love that, having that sort of reference thing. I'm a big fan of doing props like that and showing art images or photos to get people excited and make that connection. You and several others who have the site have gathered in Uppsala in central Sweden. You have learnt that there used to be an organisation called the Society. Their mission was to study and combat the Vaesen, but the last members of the Society went missing or left the organisation about 10 years ago. And since then, the Society headquarters... Oh my gosh, I don't know how I could pronounce that, unfortunately. I'm sure if I can get that in the chat, the actual pronunciation, that would be amazing, Blues Cat. No pressure, though. The old castle, Geilen Ruset, by Furus River in Uppsala, has been left to decay. You have decided to re-establish this organisation. A former member by the name of Linnea Elflinkin, an elderly woman who spends her days at the city's mental asylum, has given you the keys to the castle, along with documents making you the legal owners. The castle's name sounds German to me. Fair enough, fair enough. Of course, they don't have real photos from Uppsala in the book, but there's always Google. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. You all have your reasons for wanting to track down Vaesen and protect people from them, and you will embark on long journeys to remote villages and regions of the wilderness, attempting to uncover the secrets of Scandinavia. Armed with nothing but your courage, conviction, and the ability to see the supernatural, you will come face to face with Vaesen. Neither bullets nor steel can stop them. To drive them off, you must identify their weakness. And even if you succeed, your encounters with the Vaesen of the North will leave you with scars that will never heal. What a great introduction, huh? Again, it feels like someone said in the chat that Grimm, Penny Dreadfuls, if anyone's seen that show. I mean, Penny Dreadfuls is obviously a bit more about the Victoriana and a bit more grim, but that idea of like society, people working and stuff, and all the mystery of it. I quite like this history. Like, obviously you don't have to use it, but that idea of, let me get the last members were missing or disappeared about 10 years ago. That's great. What a hook that you can just, as a GM, just put something in, as a storyteller, just put something in there. Why is this society dead? What happened 10 years ago? Love that sort of stuff. So this book, in this chapter, we explain what role-playing games are, so we'll probably skip that, because hopefully we do know what they are by now. Begins with an example of what a gaming session has looked like. You'll also find a brief description of the world in which Vaesen takes place, and the different kinds of peoples these stories are about. After a short overview, of what Vaesen are, the chapter concludes with an introduction of the game's form and rules for conflict. That is, how to play the game. Roll the dice to determine what happens in exciting or dangerous situations. The next chapter describes how to create a player character, meaning the person or the character that you will portray whilst playing the game. Your player character is based on 1 of 10 archetypes, a skeleton or framework. Probably a skeleton framework would be better there, to build upon during the creation process. Then comes chapter 3, which covers skills, the different actions you can perform, the success of which is decided by rolling dice. Perhaps you're trying to trick someone or escape some terrible monster. Chapter 4 is is devoted to talents. which are various tricks and types of expertise that your player character may possess and might find useful in his or her encounters with Vaesen. Chapter 5 describes conflicts that might arise during the game. It can be anything from life and death battles to what happens if someone tries to poison you, or if you're trapped in a burning building. It includes rules for how your player character might be injured or even killed, and address what happens when you encounter things that frighten you. Chapter 6 focuses on the society, the organisation which your characters belong to, while Chapter 7 provides information about the world where the game takes place, mythical Scandinavia. There will also be some thoughts on how to approach the difference between the historical 19th century and the world featured in the game. The last 3 chapters hold secrets about the game world and its Vaesen. Only one member of the group should read these chapters. There will be and the one who does cannot have a player character, because this will be the person that runs the game, the game master. Therefore, no one should read these chapters until what? Until you've decided who will take the role of the game master. What did that box say? This volume is self-contained and all you need to play. However, we recommend Johan Egerkrans' Vaesen, Spirits and Monsters of Scandinavian Folklore to dive even deeper. Oh, nice. Sounds good. By the way, the correct era of this book, set in the 19th century Sweden, could be called the Oscarian era. King Oscar II, equivalent to Victoria Anna. Just some useless info. Not useless at all. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate any sort of information on that. That's really cool. Because again, I don't know anything about the world. I only know sort of like very boring UK history. So I like that Oscarian era. Nice. Chapter 8 describes Vaesen and their magic. There are several examples of Vaesen with descriptions of how they may be used in mysteries and how they can be fought. Chapter 9 contains instructions for the game master who may run or write his or her own mysteries, whilst the 10th and final chapter comprises of a complete mystery entitled The Dance of Dreams, meant as an introduction to the game, as well as the first mysteries your players will experience. Okay, so maybe then, if they'd taken this particular mystery and made it into like that demo quick start, perhaps that might have been a way forward. If they've already got a mystery, if it's supposed to be an introduction to the game as well as like the first mystery, that's what it is, right? You need to take that out and make that separate. Cool. All right, we'll skip what are role-playing games because again, usually it's the same sort of stuff that is repeated. It's good to see it as always, as it's something that's accessible. Let's checking there. Let's look at what does the unseen is. That is to enhance a little bit. Yep. The unseen. Oh, there's always been Nissa on secluded farms and crofts, on estates in the deep backcountry. Wise folk fear them. The Nissa are wayward and vengeful, and punish severely those who anger him. My grandmother Kirsten was a maid at Angin Farm. Angin's farm, sorry. No. At the farm. There lived a farmstead Nissan. Granny spoke about how the masters one night were having a feast and made tremendous noise long after dark. After the guests left, the master and servants had gone to bed, the Nissa started making noises of his own and did not stop until the morning. But the Nissan is kind to the livestock, although he has his favourites. Granny Kirsten said that one of the master's horses got its mane and tail brushed and braided every night, whilst another was shooed into the woods to be eaten by wolves. The Nissa don't show themselves just to anyone either. Only the second-sighted can see them. Should such people encounter the Nissan on the road, they better stand aside, for a Nissan will not. People should respect the unseen. They sense his presence, but they don't like talking about him, and I've never heard anyone associated with the Nissar. Well, it's from 1872 to 1907. Brilliant. The amount of different phrasing of the same "what are role-playing games" I've read is incredible. Yes, no, I agree with you, Chloe. I think I mentioned it before in Die, the role-playing game, which is one of the latest books from Rowan Rook and Descartes, based on the comic book by Kieran de Gillen. It does say what are role-playing games, and it said Google RPG actual play and watch one, and it's it's one of those things. It's a bit, you understand, because obviously there's that frustration because okay, we have to go through the same process, etc. But we have to remember that this could be the first RPG that someone is picking up for the first time, or like, oh, I hear that you like folklore. Well, I saw this thing, and maybe it's for you, you know. So there's two sides to it, isn't there? Like, I've read so many of them that I know what it's going to say, so it doesn't constitute for me to read it aloud for you folks, but. I think it was interesting because it got picked up by some people going, we don't need this sort of ego saying like, oh well, just Google it, because that's not what role-playing games is about. And I was like, yeah, I see both points there. I see both points. That's funny, but a bit unhelpful. Yes, exactly. Again, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm not going to try to justify or defend it, but from knowing both Kieran and Grant, that humor, that style of writing, it reflects their character because they live and breathe role-playing games. But yeah, I think that was a little bit unfortunately, in that particular book. It's a great RPG, by the way. But yeah. Vaesen in a nutshell. So this section offers an overview of what might be good to keep in mind whilst reading the rest of the book. It also contains references to later chapters where various aspects of the game and the world are described, all made easy for you to find the information you seek. Excellent. I'm all a fan for structure. So, Vaesen takes place in the mythical 19th century Scandinavia. This version of Scandinavia is not historically accurate. Well, there you go, Bluescut. No. But an alternate world where events may correspond more or less to our reality. As such, the stories do not take place in any specific episode. In any specific period of the 1800s, the Mythic North combines the phenomena from the entire century. Steamboats, trains, as well as political and philosophical movements from the end of the 19th century may well be mixed in with earlier phenomena. That said, you do well to draw inspiration from historical events. Much that happened in the 1800s would be excellent starting points for creating exciting mysteries. The mythical game world is described further in Chapter 7, with a particular focus on the player character's current home in Uppsala. Also, actual play won't actually be the best example if you're very new to the concept, since there's a performance aspect that changes how people play. I completely agree, very true there, Chloe. Could set up unrealistic expectations. Yeah, I definitely see that. They always have that thing with like, oh, I'll never be like Matt Mercer or Abria Ironguard or Brennan Lee Mulligan, and I'm like, good. That sounds like a lot of pressure. You're putting yourself with pressure of like doing as many accents. Like, you see, I struggle with pronunciations all the time, so I've got no hope at all to be anything like that. Another cool folklore magic tabletop RPG, Blue Cat said, is Changeling the Dreaming. Yeah, it's on my list, don't you worry. I would say it's Midsummer Night's Dream, sort of. Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I was just saying, I don't know if you were there earlier, I've been reading Hunter the Vigil, so it's always, all in that sort of thing, like, I've also downloaded Promethean the Created, and there's Gensai the Sin Eaters, so similar sort of, themes and stuff like that. So that is on the list, the Changeling the Dreaming and Changeling the Lost as well. So, throughout history, victims... Humans have shared their land with Vaesen, trolls, ghosts, lindworms, and other creatures inhabiting the woods and lakes. Like the humans, these have their ups and their downs with each other, or with one another. They may have assisted farmers in their back-breaking labour and made the dark winter nights more bearable with enchanted music and gifts in the form of strange handicrafts to blacksmiths and lute players. Although Vaesen have always been present, few have actually seen them. The creatures are imperceptible to the human eye. They choose whether or not to reveal themselves. It is said that their presence may be inferred from something as innocuous as a draft in a room, or the abnormal behaviour of farm animals. This book assumes that you're going to be using Uppsala. The town is ideally located in central Scandinavia and is the home to a famous university, scores of societies, and curious academics. However, you can place the game in another town of your choice. Fair enough. Tales and Songs tells of rules that must be followed so as not to anger the Vaesen. Rural people will think they know how to avoid getting on the wrong side of those who dwell underground, but something has altered the balance between the humans on the surface and the creatures beneath. Vaesen has started attacking villages and destroying homes, factories, and train stations. They no longer behave as they do in stories. Some think they've gone mad, others think the end times are nigh. There are 21 different Vaesen catalogues in this chapter 8, along with a description of their relationship with humans as well as their powers and special rules. Very, very good. Well, I don't need to be like Brennan if I can be a little bit more like Fiona in my games. Oh, Chloe, nah. But I'll send you that 20 quid later. That's very kind of you to say. Yeah. At least in Vaesen you are human. Very true, very true. The sight. You are a person with the sight, meaning that you have the ability to see Vaesen, even when they're trying to remain invisible. You acquire the sight as a result of some physical or psychological trauma, most likely in the form of a supernatural event either during childhood or as an adult. Those who have the sight are sometimes referred to as Thursday's children. Just like we have his. I see the connection. For one reason or another, you have sought out other people with the sight, and together you have decided to use your ability to help those affected by... Oh no, we'll never know. It's just an image of a scary, scary Vaesen. Ill-tempered caprice of Vaesen. You have learned that there used to be an organisation known as the Society and decided to re-establish it. The Society had existed for hundreds of years, made up of people with the sight who devoted their time to studying and expelling Vaesen. Its members met in the old castle, I'm going to say it again, Gillinkritz in Uppsala. But some 10 years ago, the last of them abandoned the organisation, locked the castle gate, and left the building to decay. No one knows why. You and your friends have tracked down a former member of the Society, an elderly woman named Linnea. The reason that it's so funny, my partner's sister, so my sister-in-law, just recently gave birth, and Linnea, that name is the middle name of the of her child. So now I'm just like, because we were like, is that a real name? And it turns out, of course it is. It's just because we looked it up. I was like, oh yeah, it's a Swedish origin, and then of course it's now in this book. So weird connection for me. So anyway, Linnea is now a patient at Uppsala Asylum. Linnea has told you about the history and traditions of the Society, and given you the keys and deeds to the castle. But she refuses to leave the asylum and will not come with you to the castle under any circumstances. She doesn't say why. It is up to you to restore the old organisation, build your headquarters, and go on expeditions in Scandinavia, solving mysteries and driving off Vaesen. During the game, you'll have opportunities to explore and expand the castle. It is your headquarters where you may prepare for journeys and heal any physical or mental wounds from your encounters with Vaesen. At the same time, you must maintain a facade of normality in front of your neighbours, in front of your friends and relatives in Uppsala. If they ever found out about your alleged ability to see supernatural creatures, they would sooner or later have you locked up in the asylum with Linnea. You can read more about the Society, Linnea, and the headquarters in Chapter 6. Fair enough. Alright. In Vaesen, let me have some water, because I can feel my voice already going. A session normally includes horror, mystery, and suspense. It's up to the gaming group to decide whether or not one of these should outweigh the others. Very true. To emphasize the horror aspect, you can put the player characters in situations where they are alone and exposed. The creature seems unbeatable. Screams and strange scents occupy the characters' nightmares. The countryside is dark and strange, and more questions are left unanswered. If you'd rather be solving mysteries and challenges, the players should be given tricky clues and time to reflect on them. A murder would then involve multiple suspects and subtle details that might reveal the truth. Clues from different places must be pieced together to form the bigger picture. And over the course of the game, the characters could uncover how it's all connected. In these stories, Vaesen are often used as tools by NPCs seeking power, riches, or acknowledgement. To create a sense of adventure and suspense, there should be chase scenes, creatures to attack with sabe and rifle, and aggressive NPCs looking for a fight. Perhaps the player characters are running from a monster at the top of a train passing through a tunnel. Oh, that'd be terrifying. Soon afterwards, they are forced to hurl themselves down a waterfall in order to escape. After that, it all ends with them confining the creature to its cave by blowing up the entrance with dynamite. The atmosphere and focus of the mysteries are mainly the game master's responsibility, but as a player, there are also ways that you can contribute. The character you create and how you choose to play her will determine what the experience you and your group will have. In a horror story, your player character must be susceptible to fear and despair. She must be allowed to flee when frightened. If your focus is on puzzles and clues, your player character will need the appropriate skill set. She must be able to read and skillfully investigate the crime scenes and libraries. In an adventure story, you should try to create a sense of momentum by making bold decisions and throwing yourself into epic battles. Do not rely on others to create a story or feeling you want to experience. It is your responsibility to make sure that you are having a good time. Yes, can I just say, 100% that last line. Because I think sometimes, as a GM, there is this sort of, not only are you like rules person, storyteller, facilitator, rules person, world builder, other characters. Also, safety tools, all that sort of thing. You're the one that has to bring up the subject and stuff. But there's only so much you can do. Like, you're the final person that has the final say. So you're the one that goes, oh, we'll stop. If somebody raises an issue, like, oh, X card it, etc. You're the one that has to stop it. But sometimes it's very hard to tell if everyone's enjoying at the table. I'll do so many check-ins with my players. I do it every week with my D&D group because we're playing Curse of Strahd just now, and we're all very much enjoying it, but I have to check in even if it's stuff like, I just want to check in, are we okay with where we're going with the story, do we need a recap, etc. And just then they can go, oh, can I just say I need a hard stop at 10:30? I'm like, perfect. That's, if that's all it is, that, for my check-in, that's great. But I do think this is such an important line. It is your own responsibility to make sure you're having a good time. If you're not having a good time, you need to say something. Because unfortunately, we're not all mind readers. We might be in games, but we're not, and no one's going to be upset that you've stopped the game or paused the game to check in. Honestly, it saves so much hassle in the long run. Drop ship. Oh, see, you upset Nightbot now. Damn, I wanted to caps lock it. It's quiet corner, no shouting. Absolutely. So I'll put Dan in timeout. This is what happening in this back row of the lecture theatre. You're all just there and someone just shouts a drop ship. Just coming in like boof. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll sort out Nightbot so people can do capitals, because it's unlikely, unless you guys know someone I don't who's like, well actually, this is how you pronounce Nissan. They'll probably be 100% right. So, the fight against Vaesen. Your mission is to protect humanity from Vaesen, but the world is not black and white. The Vaesen you encounter are often victims of other Vaesen or of human activities, so you'll just have to take a stand and do what is right, whatever that may be. Before heading out on expeditions, you arm yourself with rifles and rapiers. Your weapons can help you defeat human adversaries such as robbers and rebels, but against Vaesen, however, you may well be carrying sticks and scraps of paper. Vaesen may be stalled or temporarily driven off by human weaponry, but can rarely be killed by bullets or blades. To combat Vaesen, you must turn to the tales and the forgotten books of the olden days. The rituals required to repel them. Yeah, expel them. Repel. Same thing, really. Expel them are always exact and seldom easy to perform. Again, Buffy. You may find, and supernatural as well. You might have to sprinkle silver powder into the waterfall on the night of a full moon. Chase giants into the woods by ringing the church bells at dawn. Each Vaesen protects its weakness very carefully, and those seeking to exploit it risk provoking its wrath. General information about how Vaesen can be fought is provided in Chapter 5. You know what? I completely forgot my other recommendation for a TV show, which kind of involves Vaesen, is Hilda. That sort of animation. I think it is inspired by Scandinavian folklore. a little bit. I don't know how true that is, but the final season is now out on Netflix, and I can highly recommend it. It's very wholesome, and the film was really sad. It made me cry. But I want to shout dropship. Anissa is a gnome, by the way. Yes, yeah. Yes, I've seen them. They're the gnomes with the big hats, right? And you don't see their eyes. They remind me of the Little Nightmares gnomes that sort of scutter around in the dark. Or maybe they probably are. They'll be inspired by them. That's what I meant to say. All right. So the Society's expeditions, start from Uppsala with the purpose of solving a mystery that's come to your attention. A mystery is likely to last between 1 to 3 game sessions, or 4 to 6 hours total. 4 to 6 hours each, sorry. A typical session starts with you making preparations such as buying equipment, gaining knowledge at the library, and visiting friends and contacts. An invitation of some kind initiates the story. It tells of a place where a Vaesen seems to be present. The invitation could be a letter from someone asking for help or rumours of people going missing. On the way to this location, you have opportunity to prepare by gaining a soul coal advantage. You get a chance to describe and play your character. That's just the rhyme. I just wanted to see if anything else. Oh, look at that image. Amazing. In a short scene where you acquire an item, gain an insight or meet someone who can help you once you reach the location. Upon arrival, you will investigate various places and talk to NPCs. These places have challenges and clues. Challenges can include aggressive people trying to stop you. Every day for me. Strange enchantments, deadly tempests, or fairies leading you astray, whilst the clues tell you more about the Vaesen you're hunting and how to destroy or expel it. Vaesen is played in scenes. Yep. That means you play a situation, and when it ends, the game master cuts and proceeds to the next one. So very similar to most role-playing games, like the way that sort of runs through. So there's no like structure. There's no sort of cycle of play, essentially. And as an example there. Over the course of the gaming session, you gather information about the Vaesen haunting the place and how it is affecting the people living there, while the situation gradually deteriorates. Hopefully, you'll find enough information, to perform the ritual necessary to expel the creature. Whether you succeed or not, you will finally return to your headquarters in Uppsala, where you can recover from injuries and learn from your experience. Okay. Conflicts. When attempting something difficult, or when someone is trying to stop you, it's time to take out the dice. Well, come on, work. The number of dice to be rolled depends on your character's attributes and skills. For example, if you're trying to hide from an angry Nissa, or as we know, you use precision and stealth. So precision is going to be the attribute and stealth is going to be the skill. Add both values together and roll that number of d6s to your total. You must roll at least 1 6 to succeed. 6s are called successes. Sometimes you'll need more than 1 success, and rolling more successes than you required means you're extra successful. If the conflict involves someone trying to stop you, you must roll both roll dice and compare the results. Who gets more success? Fair enough. In some places, you get a +1 to the roll, which means you roll extra dice. So whenever it says a +1, you always roll an extra dice. That's good. I think, but there's no other additional mechanics I seem to remember. So, we'll find out on the next page, right? Because obviously in Alien you get the stress mechanic. The Walking Dead you get the I can't remember what it's called now, but it is the Walker's like level, which you have to roll for as well. Maybe it's also called it's also called stress, but it relates to the Walker's level. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has anything. There is a cool but disturbing movie that touches on folklore called Border. It's based on a book written by a guy that made Let Me In, Let the Right One In, the vampire book. Yes, so I've seen Let the Right One In, which is cracking. I've seen the original one, Border. Is that the one? I don't want to spoil it if it is. Is that the one which uses like an airport security? It's a security officer, border security woman, and she meets someone. Because That's it, because if it is, it's a cracking film, and I highly recommend it. I really like that one. Yes, yeah, that I was shocked when I watched that film. It was a cracking film. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it. I highly recommend Border. It's a really good film. As is Let the Right One In is the more famous one, but Border is I find that's the darker one for sure. Rolling dice. So the characters have numeric ratings for what they are good at: understanding things, fast talking, climbing, and running fast. These ratings indicate how many six-sided dice you get to roll when trying to overcome trouble. 6, as we know, means a success, and you rarely need more than one success. You've just already repeated this. Oh, if you fail, you may try again, but then you risk getting a condition. So pushing the roll, essentially. Sometimes we roll a d6-6, which you just roll 2 six-sided dice, deciding which one represents the tens in the units. Very good. Let's read these. Excuse me, let me have some water. Getting very, very gravelly today. Oh dear, oh dear. So, we've got 6 principles here. So principles we've known from Powered by the Apocalypse games, principles for players and GMs and stuff. I don't know if they have this in other free league publishing games, which is good. It's like I always recommend like these sort of things. So it's like, here's how we get the genre. How we get the vibes of the setting. Here's 6 things to do it. So we'll read through them. So it's governed by 6 principles that can be drawn on for inspiration or used to define the benchmark for how the people should be portrayed and how its people and creatures ought to behave. Vaesen, let me do some highlighting. Vaesen are neither good nor evil. Would be nice to have these probably bolded, just by the way, because the creatures encountered by the player characters have their own daily lives, their own dreams and plans. Some are cooperating with human locals. Others are mischievous and downright murderous. Oh. Whatever the case, they have always had a motive for their actions. So they're not doing it just to spite you. They're not doing this without. They're not doing mindlessness. They're not doing it mindlessly, even. Nature is dark and dangerous. The player characters have their home and headquarters in the city. That is where they feel most safe. Nature represents the unknown, the other, the different, and anything can happen in the dark wood and lonely mountains. No one will find you if you go missing. Oh, sad. Scandinavia is changing. The old Scandinavia has been swept away by industrialization, and signs of this often violent shift are everywhere. Abandoned farms, paupers roaming the streets, and confused vases seeking their place in a new world of factories and steam engines. Let's go back to panning. Number 4, we have knowledge and cunning are the keys to success. The mysteries of Vaesen can rarely be solved with violence. Instead, you must use your abilities to study clues, contextualize the information you discover, and convince humans and Vaesens to share their secrets. Fine, keep your secrets, wizard. The journey is part of the goal. The mysteries are not merely problems to be solved or overcome. Their whole point is to pull the players and the player characters into the story that emerges during the course of the game. Another important focus is each player character's journey from the naive and untrained youngster to the seasoned and experienced and likely scarred veteran. And then finally, you will not survive without each other. The player characters will face creatures that the mere sight of can drive a person mad, and beasts that could kill a man with one blow. The only way to survive is to stick together. The player characters' relationships with each other and important NPCs are crucial, both to the stories and for healing injuries that are sustained in the game. So, that I think is an interesting point, right? Because one thing I really love as a player, I love having like betrayer characters. I love having like tense relationships with people, like rivals, that sort of thing. But I think that's important, is that you can't leave. Like you can't leave a scene, or you can't go off on your own, because that's certain death in this situation. So baking that into the character creation, like you're allowed to have that tension with people. You're allowed to be like have negative relationships with other characters, as long as you've obviously okayed in your session zeros and stuff. But I think having that, you have to realize you can't leave someone to die, or you can't leave someone just to do it if they've been kidnapped or anything like that. You have to go, and you have to, because you won't survive without them. It's almost like a selfish thing as well as like a decent human being thing. I think that's a good shout on there. So oh, what a. Alright, well, tag yourself. Who are you? I'm 100% the dog. I was gonna be like, this wonderful character here. No, I'm the dog. Look at that face. Look at that face. Hang on, I'll pan down. Ooh. Yeah, 100%. I am that dog. So this is the cool thing. Like a little bit of like graphic art text thing. I'm not going to read into this because I have read them separately, and I highly recommend if you have the book or the PDF to read them as well. It's quite good because they're getting little snatches of story, little like almost like, well, they're letters, aren't they? The little bits of written things about like experience that you've had at these those with the site. These investigators have sort of experienced, and it's really I like it. It's a little bit of what you could see or what you could have. I think I mentioned it before last time that The Walking Dead has a mechanic where to do the recap, you ask one of the players to do the recap, and they have to talk about what's happened since last time, but as if they're narrating or writing a letter or monologuing to a character that has passed away or is no longer with them, as a way like, almost like letter writing, right? And I really like that. So maybe that's something you could put into your games here, is like recap, and you're like writing to your loved one or writing back to whoever's at the society, talking about what you've experienced so far. I'm always a big fan of that because, as well as like taking the pressure off the game master to remember everything, I just think it's a really cool storytelling mechanic. Your player character. So chapter 2, your player character. So your player character is a human living in 19th century Uppsala, gifted with the sight. Together, she and her friends have re-established the society, an organisation whose purpose is to track down and combat Vaesen. Ah, interesting. Very good. As a player, you should play your character wholeheartedly. Do not put her in dangerous situations and dangerous and interesting. Oh, put her in dangerous situations. Dangerous and it's interesting. Put her in dangerous and interesting situations. There we go. Don't hold back. It is more fun that way. This chapter offers a step-by-step description of how to play how to create a player character. You may want to do this as a group, so you can make choices that link your characters together and form interesting relationships. The choices involved in the character creation have been categorized under 3 headings: personality, characteristics, and miscellaneous. Under personality, you must first pick an archetype, a kind of template for your character. You then name your character and determine your motivation for hunting down Vaesen. You also need to specify your source of trauma. Probably wouldn't call it that. Inciting incident, perhaps, might be better. Describing the event that gave you the sight, and come up with a dark secret which you are keeping from the other players. A dark secret? Or a dark secret? Yes. Characteristics are things your character is good at and are used when rolling dice to see what happens in dangerous and suspenseful situations. They consist of attributes, skills, and talent. And the last part of the character creation process is covered under the miscellaneous and concerns your relationship with the other player characters, but also what equipment and financial resources you have at your disposal. There you will find rules for how you can be injured, physically and mentally, and how to improve your characteristics through the experience you gain when completing mysteries. The advantage heading details how you, on your travels to strange locations in Scandinavia, you can prepare yourself by honing your skills, reading occult literature, or meeting people who inspire you. So essentially, that's the advantage. I'm guessing that's more downtime activity, essentially. Which sounds good. A dark secret? Count me in. Absolutely, Chloe. I agree. There are certainly a place for all spectrum of emotions in horror games. It doesn't have to be just for fun in an obvious way. 100% Blues Cat. I completely agree. Oh, so I'm just checking the chat. I was like, whoa, you guys are all talking at the back. This is great. Like, yay, keep talking. So, personality, we've talked about, based on decisions of their background and personality. Oh, look, we've actually got a 12-step program there, so to speak, of how to create your character. Excellent. I'm always a big fan of, like, how do I create characters and just having it easy for people to see, rather than trying to, like, read between the lines. So, the archetype. This is the basis for creating player characters and specifies a number of choices that need to be made. Your choices become the skeleton from which a character of flesh and blood may emerge. Nice, like that phrasing. The archetype also says something about what you are good at. There are 10 archetypes to choose from, all of which are described at the end of the chapter. There should not be more than one player character of the same archetype in the group. Okay, so they should all be unique. Good to know. The next step is to decide the character's age. God, I really love this. The young, middle, and old. They had this in Dragonbane as well. This idea that it will affect your attributes and skills. So you'll basically, long and short of it is that the younger you are, the less skills you have, but the more attribute points you have. But the older you are, the less attribute points you have, but the more skills you are, because obviously to show that you're experienced. At least I think, that is the case in Dragonbane. I think there's also some minuses in Dragonbane for older characters. Choose one of the names suggested, fantastic, or make up your own. I always love a good suggestion. Just takes me forever to learn how to pronounce it. You have motivation, explains why you're willing to risk your own life to track down and fight the Vaesen. You can pick one suggested for your archetype or come up with one yourself. Brilliant. Trauma. This is the event that gave you the sight. It could be an incident from your childhood or something more recent, but usually it comes from the connection with the supernatural. It can be a physical or mental thing. Perhaps you witnessed something terrible or were involved in an accident. Fair enough. I like how it's quite straightforward, to the point. We're not going into too much detail about what each of these stages is, but I very much appreciate that. Choose a name. Say, where's the trauma's later? Yeah, that's the only thing. It's like it seems to be out of order with what's on here. Not that's a big problem. I guess. Hang on. That all these sort of attribute points are going to be in the archetype probably. A dark secret. Secrets. It be your secrets. Your dark secret is a problem you are ashamed of, and therefore should keep to yourself. It may be linked to your trauma or concerns something completely different, but either way, it will actively affect the game. It will make things difficult for you, in Uppsala as well as on your travels. Perhaps you are hounded by government agents, constantly. Hiding your alcoholism, suffering from delusions, or maybe there's something in your family that no one must know about. It is the game master's job to make sure your dark secret comes into focus in your stories. Incorporating this secret into the games makes the mysteries more fun, even if it may cause your even if it may cause your trouble for your player character. Should your dark secret be resolved, or if you're getting bored of it, you should replace it with something else. So I love dark secrets. We mentioned it earlier. Cult Divinity Lost also uses dark secrets, and it's very those can be quite deep and quite triggering as well. So obviously your mileage may vary, certainly with Cult Divinity Lost. So here, again, just making sure, maybe you've got to be careful. Like, I'm just instantly seeing that hiding your alcoholism, that could be like someone's line on that one. So again, have that conversation. I think again, to keep people's anonymity when it comes to Lines and Veils, do that session 0 stuff of Lines and Veils. I always do Lines and Veils, like I have a form. I do it separately, rather than doing it at the table, because I find sometimes putting people on the spot, and obviously it just can be a bit scary, and also people might not want to talk about it. At least if you do it beforehand, maybe a week or so beforehand, people can submit it, and you can get people to contact you if it's something in particular. So then as soon as someone goes, oh, I really want to do this dark secret about, I don't know, becoming addicted to opioids, you could be like, oh, actually I'm going to say no to that, because that is a hard line for this table. So you're not like pointing out somebody's thing. I think you can just do it then and there, and have one person be that facilitator. That's the only thing I would say with that. I mean, I think that's obvious, but you gotta say the loud part quiet. gender roles in the real 19th century was the real 19th century was a patriarchal society where men had power over women and women were constrained in what they could do, say, and what jobs they could hold. However, this role-playing game is not about the real 19th century, but the mythical Scandinavia. It is up to the gaming group to determine how your version of Scandinavia looks like. How your version of Scandinavia looks like, and how you will handle this around the table. We see no reason to let the historical injustice limit the options available to players, particularly since there are a lot of examples of powerful women in historical literature and fairy tales. Yeah, absolutely. Let's zoom a little bit. Another example of play there. The characteristics. Well, I see what they've done now. I've been an idiot. So it's going... sorry. Dark secret. So yeah, so it's split it up into those three things of personality, characteristic, and miscellaneous. And so it's going through like personality, and it's doing all the bits that are connected to that personality bit, rather than going in order of the thing there. I understand. So characteristics, we've got attributes, skills, and talents here. And they indicate what the player character is good or not good at. They affect the dice rolls that you will make as conflicts and exciting or dangerous situations arise in the game. There are 4 attributes together, which together indicate what you are more or less good at. So we have physique, precision, logic, and empathy. Okay. So each of these attributes will have a value between 2 and 5, which determines the number of dice you will do when you're using that attribute. You may distribute points according to your age between your attributes. Okay, well, let's go back and look at that quickly. So, yes, max, we've got 15, but 13 between 4 attributes. Okay. And the minimum value is 2, and the maximum value is 4, except for the main attribute of your chosen archetype, which has a maximum of 5. Okay, so that's good to know. So, depending on what archetype you pick, you might have you will have a maximum for the chosen for the main attribute that you use. So, what do we have? So we have physique, which is the measure of how big and strong you are. The ability to take and deliver a beating. Precision is a measure of your coordination and motor skills, so dexterity, I guess. Logic is your intellectual capacity, which you will use to solve problems. It also measures how well educated you are and it can help you tackle certain scary situations. And an empathy represents your ability to understand other people and persuade, charm, or trick them. It can also help you tackle certain situations. So we've got 2 sort of physical attributes and 2 sort of mental attributes on there. I think you should read the poem on the cuckoo on the previous page. It's so random. A polite way is to say, who cares about magic? Alright, I will... Yeah, alright. We'll read about the cuckoo. Alright, chat, we'll do that. Okay, so it says, the cuckoo in the north brings sorrow forth. The cuckoo in the east means grief decreased. The cuckoo in the south holds death in its mouth. And the cuckoo in the west is the very best. Incredible. Nursery rhyme how to interpret the cuckoo's call. It's very much like Red skies at night, shepherd's delight. Red sky morning, sailor's warning. Or as my dad used to say, red sky at night, the sheds are light. Good call, Blue Scat. Like that. And then we've got the skills. Excuse me. The skills represent acquired knowledge, training, and experience. There are 12 of them, same in most Free games. And each of them will have a value between 0 and 5. And that value will determine the number of dice you add to your attribute. You spend the number of points determined by your age, as we saw before. At the start of the game, you cannot have more than 2 in any skill, except for the main skill of your chosen archetype, in which you may spend 3 on. Solving mystery grants you experience points, which you can use to improve your skills. And then finally, we've got talents here. These are tricks, traits, and abilities that can benefit you in various situations. They affect your dice rolls or give you access to powers and resources. Your archetype offers 3 starting talents to choose from when creating your player characters. As you play and gain more experience, addressed below, you can get more talents. You can then choose freely among them, including talents from other archetypes. Very cool. Miscellaneous. So in order to survive her encounters with Vaesen, your player character will need help from her friends, as well as her weapons, equipment, and resources to pay for travel and accommodation in remote villages. Finish your character by describing her to the others. Here, you'll also find information on what happens when you are injured, how to prepare for journeys by acquiring an advantage, and how your experiences can improve your skills and allow to buy new talents. I just wanted to quickly look over here. So here is our the 12 skills. You'll notice they're sort of linked to each of the attributes. So for 3 skills, I'll have 1 attribute. So here we've got agility, close combat, and force. Those are all for seek. Medicine, ranged combat, and stealth is all precision. And then we've got investigation, learning, vigilance, which are all logic, and then finally inspiration, manipulation, and observation. All the Asians are are empathy. You have a relationship with each of the other player characters. At the start of the game, you will all know each other. Very important. I know Chloe the Flow, improv person. My advice that I've come from now teaching improv is like, because we always have scenes of like must know them. My advice is that the other person in your scene with you must have known them for at least 6 months. Because I feel that's a good shout. So that means you're not necessarily friends. You could be acquaintances, work buddies, etc. But I think that's a really good amount of time to judge someone's character as well. Because that's the thing. If you go, you know each other, people are like, well, we must have known each other for 20 years, and it's like, no, bring it back a little bit. So that's my advice. That's my advice for any when you're creating relationships with people, you've known the other person for at least 6 months. Makes it a lot easier. You may have just been acquainted with each other, or been best friends your whole life. For each of the other characters, choose a relationship from your archetype, or make up one of your own. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize the archetypes came with relationships. But the other player must approve of the relationship. Relationships should be interesting without making you enemies. You must be able to travel or work together. Okay, yes, but is what I'm saying. Yeah, improv, yes, but I think rivals is good. Maybe one of you was out on their own, but then fallen on hard times, so that's why you got into the society, and you've crossed each other before. I don't know. I'm all like that. It's because again, I've been reading Hunter the Vigil. This idea of having cells. Sometimes they step on each other's toes or rivals, and I really enjoyed that. The resources. Your resources value indicates how much capital you have at your disposal. A higher value means you enjoy a nicer home and lifestyle, and easier access to the things you need. The table on the next page shows the meaning of different values. In-game events affecting your living standard will change the value. Normally, you'll start out with the lower value for your archetype. However, this can be raised by spending skill points. Each point raises resources by 1 step. Although your starting value cannot exceed what is indicated in the archetype. They can only be raised with skill points before you start playing. Once you begin the game, you can only increase resources by purchasing talents. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's have a look, see what we've got on the next page. 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy. Absolutely. That is a good tip. Blues cat frenemies. Absolutely, yeah, frenemies. I just think of, I can't remember her name, but you know, She-Ra. Hey, Adora. Yes, they were roommates. So here's the value you have. So we've got all the way from destitute all the way up to filthy rich as the times of resources. Let's read a couple of them. So let's where would I be now? Let's say financially stable. You own your own home. Oh, that's not me. Hang on, go back one. Struggling. You have a humble home. You live very simply. Most days there are food on the table, but far too little. If you have children, they are forced to live in squalor. Oh. You might own a change of clothes or a few possessions. Loss of income would be disastrous for you and your family. That's a good point, actually. I had not considered, because obviously if you work for the Society of Investigators, in my head, I'm always like, yes, I'm a lone wolf, I don't have a partner. But what if you played this game as like the mother or father figure in a household, and you come home and you always have children to come home for you, like, Papa, you're home, you know, that sort of thing. That would be really fun to play. I would really enjoy that, but you keep that life separate. Again, it's because I'm thinking of Hunter the Vigil. It talks about like how ultimately they don't give up. Hunters don't necessarily give up like family connections and stuff like that. They have either they use their jobs to integrate themselves and have a grounding in a particular story, but then obviously that causes friction. But it's just a way for them to keep grounded whilst at night they're going out and hunt the darkness. So I like the idea here is that you could have like a family connection stuff. Again, great for the GM to like really be able to have those NPCs to pluck on and be like, oh, I see you have a nice family home. It would be shame if someone was to burn it. Anyway, sorry. This is a random Fiona thought. Oh, there we go. Oh, middle class, you own a home and a business. Gosh. You may have one or several employees and know how to invest for the future. You have savings and access to loans. You and your family are living well. Interesting. What does Filthy Rich say? You are one of the richest people in the country and have direct contact with its rulers. You own one or several castles and mansions. No expense is too great. You could treat yourself to lavish extravagance without ever having to worry about the costs. Imagine that. Imagine owning several castles. Think of the upkeep. Your archetype specifies what equipment you start with. In addition to your regular equipment, you get a memento that will help you play and portray your character. Roll on the table for mementos. Oh, I love a good memento table. And decide what items for yourself. You can use your memento to heal a condition by interacting with it. Ah, right. Yes, significant items. Again, we have that in both Alien and I think you have it in Blade Runner as well. And you probably have it in Walking Dead. But yeah, I quite like it. It's a one-use item per session. That's really cool. Your memento is part of your character. Feel free to weave it into your personality or background. It can be broken or lost during a mystery, but by spending one experience point, you can have it returned or repaired in time for the next mystery. You also may choose a new one, but in that case, you must first play a full mystery without a memento. Oof, that's brutal. What if you need to heal a condition in that time? Oh dear. Ooh, hang on. Let me hang on. I'm gonna get some dice because I like rolling for mementos. 1 second. You have mementos and Tales from the Loop as well. Oh, fantastic! Again, probably should look at that next. It's what I played in Things from the Flood. I really enjoyed Things from the Flood. I know that's just obviously teenagers, not kids, but yeah, I really want to play Tales from the Loop at some point. One example is skateboard. That was the first thing that came to mind here. Amazing. I love that. All right, let's roll. So we've got 66. I'm going to roll. Oh, rolled a 6 straight away. Excellent. 6 and a 4. Ah, there we go. At the bottom, I can see it. It is a syringe with a needle in a box. Say I didn't want that for various reasons. Say if there was like that was a boundary, I'll roll again just in case. That's a 1. 4, 14. Go high to low. Your father's cane. Ooh, interesting. Like that. What are the ones we got? I got a scruffy cat. Classic. Beautiful fiddle passed down in the family. Oh, you can probably have a Sherlock Holmes moment, couldn't you? Newspaper from a date that means something to you. A tame pigeon. A pet. An unsigned will. Oh. Weirdly, I had a meeting today about a will. Easy, but it was interesting. All right. Before you start the game, you must introduce yourself to the game master and the other players. For example, you could describe what you look like, how you make others feel. Intense. What you are wearing. What am I wearing? And how you should be addressed. Perhaps there are rumors about you. Ooh, maybe you have an ability to always become the center of attention in social situations. Are you quiet and mysterious? Do you smell of forest and sweat? What an interesting... What? It reminds me of that... Oh, I don't know. I can't remember her name for the life of me, but there's a lady on Instagram who does lots of ASMR, like stuff for like she used to do it for cocktails, and now she's doing like car brands. So she's like, Bentley, and then like ticking the car. So that's what I think of. Like, do you smell of forest and sweat? Bentley. That's what I'm thinking of. I highly recommend checking out this video because it's always like people comparing. So it's like Bentley, and then someone goes Ford Transit, bash. Your description should be vivid but brief. Make some notes on your character and feel free to draw your character. Oh, always like that. During the game, you may suffer what are called conditions, which are likened to injuries or afflictions. These can occur when you fail to protect yourself in dangerous situations or when you push yourself to succeed. These are described further in Decrepit 3 and 5. There are 3 physical conditions and 3 mental ones. Acquiring a condition gets you a -1 modifier for skill tests of that type of action. So that means a -1 dice to the pool. So physical conditions, this makes sense. Physical conditions, those 3 physical conditions add a penalty to skills related to physique and precision. Therefore, mental ones would be logic and empathy. Yes. Let's have a look. Where are they on the character sheet? There they are. Here they are on the side. Okay, nice and obvious. We've got exhausted, battered, wounded, broken, angry, frightened, hopeless, broken. I assume... I'm sure it will tell us in a second. Like, broken on both sides, does that mean you go in order? Or can you just tick any of them? And also, is it cumulative? Like, if you get... it's going to tell us, isn't it? Oh, acquiring 2 conditions adds a -2. However, it is possible to cure conditions in... Oh, these are cumulative, right? So, if you get... sorry. You could get 3. You could get like 2 here and 1 here, so that would be a -3 to your dice pool. God, terrifying. However, it's possible to cure conditions during the mystery. See chapter 5. And no matter how many conditions you accumulate, you may always roll at least 1 die. Ooh. If you haven't cured all conditions of either type, mental or physical, and then suffer yet another one, you become broken. Wait, do you become broken? Like, I guess. Oh wait, that's right. They said 3 of each type, isn't it? So it's 3 physical and then 3 mental, and then broken. Right. Yes, I remember now. A player character cannot continue without medical attention. Being physically broken means that you are exhausted beyond your limit or have sustained a serious wound. You might be unconscious or dying. Perhaps you had your leg crushed or been shot in the gut. Writhing in agony. Whilst physically broken, you cannot move or say or do anything but utter a few words at a time. The game master decides whether you are able to crawl away, roll to safety, or cry for help. That's good, because I think sometimes we have in games that you can't move, you're this, that, and the other. I think depending on the circumstances, that works out. Like, you know, depending on the circumstances of the story, it's more sort of flexible than that way. When you are mentally broken, you might be terrified, shocked, or confused. Perhaps you have lost all hope of getting through the situation alive, or lost faith in yourself or companions. Maybe you can no longer make sense of the world and collapse into tears. It's a very Call of Cthulhu, huh? Whilst mentally broken, you may move and flee the scene should you wish to, but are unable to engage in any kind of sensible dialogue. At best, you scream or whimper in monosyllabic bursts. That's just me in the office. Ah! 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 When you are broken, or if you are broken, you cannot make any successful die rolls, whether physical or mental. You also sustain a critical wound, which means that you must roll on the table to decide whether you get a defect or insight. Not a fun... I'm sure it's fine, but defect is not a great word. Just... I know, it's just terminology, I know. Conditions can help you portray your character. If she's upset, then it should be reflected in how you play her, but in the end, it is of course you who decides to the extent which the condition will affect the way you play the character. Yeah, they had it in Alien as well, this idea, if you'd gone so far, you had something called permanent madness. And this, obviously, you have it the same in Call of Cthulhu. It's so tricky with these games when you don't want to necessarily gamify certain things, you know, obviously mental health is really important, etc. So I'm reading way too much into this. I appreciate that. We'll get to it when we get to it. But I do I do think the word defect for me holds a lot of power, or negative energy perhaps. So I'm like, maybe I would call it something else. But then again, I don't know what it would be. Flaws, perhaps. Flaws might be better. Okay. Now advantage. So on the way to the mystery, you'll be able to gain an advantage, but only one per mystery. Is that one per person? I guess so, rather than one per group. I don't know. The advantage may be a new acquaintance who is then available at the location to help you. A mysterious experience that will give you power, or you maintaining or training your weapons on the way to the location. The advantage could also be you bonding with another player character, which will help you work later. Which will later help you work together. You can use your advantage. Okay, so it must be per person. Once per gaming session, which adds a +2 to a skill check. You must decide whether to use it before rolling the dice. Before rolling the dice. Oh wait. Before rolling the dice or pushing the roll. Excellent. And explain how you use it. After the mystery, your advantage is lost, and next time you must choose another skill as your advantage. Okay, we've got some examples there. I was blessed by an angel. The conversation with Captain Brugard resolved our differences once and for all. Oh, with the memory of Professor Brulinius' kiss, I could do anything. Wow, that's not the kind of advantages I was thinking of. The confidence you have. I love Scruffy Cat. Forest of Sweat. Is that when you are wearing a Wonder Balm around your neck instead of using deodorant? Oh, I agree, Blue's Cat. Who knows? Maybe the best kind of deodorant is like just going out in the snow and it's like, yeah. Yeah. Freshness, wintry fresh. The next time I want an outrageous advantage, I'm going to say I'm blessed by an angel. What's it? Is it Shadowheart that does it? It's like, I'm the luckiest girl in the world, or I'm Shah's favourite, or something like that. I will admit I've not got that far into Baldur's Gate, but I seem to remember that was used at points like, I am the luckiest girl in the world. At the end of each session, your player character gains experience points. The game master asks your character questions. See the text box. Okay, so it's a bit like Powered by the Apocalypse. And for every one that you answer with a yes, you're granted 1 XP. When you gain 5 XP, you can buy an advance. This means you may increase the value of a skill by 1 step or buy a new talent. You can have more than 5 in a skill, but there is no limit to how many talents you can purchase. You could be a jack of all trades, essentially. Also note that you are free to choose any talent you want, including those pertaining to other archetypes. Okay, so it's really free. Like, you don't have to have a certain requisite. That's quite cool. So, the end of the session is like, did you participate in a session? The character always at least gets 1 XP. Fair enough. Did you confront any Vaesen? Did you identify a previously unknown Vaesen? Were you affected by your dark secret? Did you take risks to protect other people? Have you learnt anything? What? Did you develop something in your headquarters? Did you perform an extraordinary action? Cool. I do like that line though. And the moral of the story is, don't fuck with Vaesen. Okay, we're going to go on to the archetypes. One which you must choose for the base of your character. There are choices to be made for the parts. For the parts that constitute your character's personality, you are free to make up your own alternatives, although they must ultimately be approved by the game master. Yes, yes, yes. For those that are referred to as characteristics, however, you must stay within the bounds of your archetype. Yeah, that basically just keep to the game statistics, but anything else you can change. The quickest method of creating player characters is the default one found in this chapter. So they're called life paths, so they're sort of the quick build ones, the pre-gens, right? However, for those who want some more detail, there is an alternative character creation using random rolls on life path tables at the end of this book. Alright. Great. Oh, we're doing for... Oh, okay. We'll go for another hour. Okay, so what we'll do quickly, we'll flick through the 10 of them, and then we'll pick one to read through properly. So we've got an academic. This also means we can look at the images as well. Great image. The colours just really pop, right? So we've got academic. Doctor. She looks great. A hunter. First of all, great cloak. Just great. Great coat. Great coat game with hunter there. Oh my god, great cloak. Occultist. Officer. Oh, another great cloak. Good coat game, guys. Priest. Okay, no cloak. Can't extend. Private. Oh, nice. Oh, some nice gloves there. Private detective. A servant. Ooh, very good. Also, decent coat. You got a bit of a flowing thing going on. Appreciate that. It's always fun playing servants. In the Between by Jason Cordova, the Gauntlet. You get to play the servant of. You can. So one of the playbooks is that you can play the servant of another player character, and that's super fun because then you have a little back and forth between you. It was really good fun. I enjoyed it when I did that. Vagabond. Writer. Great coat. Great little waistcoat. Also appreciate a turtleneck. And that's it. I know that there are other in the mythic Britain and Ireland. You do have some other archetypes as well. What am I feeling? I'm gonna go Doctor. I was like, right. Although Hunter looks really good as well. Congratulations! I've received 100 stream messages today. Well, thank you, Restream. I'm not tweeting that though. Chloe with the Flow says, I once played Yum Yum in Mikado. Yes, we probably shouldn't have done that show. I definitely saw a drag version of the Mikado, so I think, you know what, you're fine. And my line was, why is it that I am the most beautiful person in the world was so iconic. I had it on my jumper. What a cracking line to have. Good show. Ham. Oh, I'd never considered playing a servant. That sounds fun. Yeah, absolutely. I think there are some additional archetypes somewhere, like Witch Hunter, if I don't misremember. No, I think you're right, Blues Cat. I think they're in the Mythic Britain and Ireland supplement, because that one expands it, and I think it has different locations, different adventures, bit more folklore about the British Isles, and I think there's a few more in there. I don't know if they're in the A Wicked Secret or Seasons of Change, because I think those are deliberately what's the word, scenarios. Also, I guess Dead Tooth Prophet, are you talking about this one as Hamilton? I just kind of yes, you're right. I bet Hamilton will be pleased. Alright, let's... Alright, odds, Doctor, evens, Hunter. It's evens, it's a Hunter. That's. I mean, I'm not mad. So let's see. So we've got a little bit of a description, and then we've got name, motivation, trauma, dark secret, relationships, and then the tiniest bit of stats. This is the thing. That's all you need, right? So we've got... Let's read this out. So the Baroness's interest in duck hunting was nothing more than an excuse to get some time alone with me in the open air. We used to bring wine and baguettes. Classic. And she would read to me tales of monsters and Vaesen before we made love on the beautiful blankets. Wow. It's Baldur's Gate all over. I mustered the courage to call her darling, even though her face told me I was moving too close or even beyond the boundaries of our relationship. One night she came to my home, stark naked and exposed. Only when she straddled me, oh my word, did I notice the Baron and several others had followed us into the cabin and hidden in the darkness by the door. I tried to get up, but the Baroness's increasingly violent movements pushed me down. As her movements turned to strange words in a tongue that made my body cramp with fear, the others approached us, chanting with her. What? That's wild. He looks like Hamilton in a few years. I seem to remember there are a few crones in the British Isles core book. I'll download it afterwards. Oh crap, content warning. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Turns out you don't read these things until you read them online and you get caught. So yeah, absolutely. That is some flavor text. He looks like Hamilton in a few years. I agree. Well, If he gets such a coat, we'll be like, stand here, take a picture. We've got some good first names. Let's talk about the motivation stuff. So the thing that attacked my family must be destroyed. Living in tune with nature. Want to bag some fantastic game. Well, wow. What would have been good is, like, again, just to have like or make your own thing up. Just have that as an option, just to make it obvious. Trauma. Attacked by the branches of an ash tree wife. Oh. Broke your leg in the forest, but was guided home by a will-o'-the-wisp. Captured at dawn by a mountain troll and was stuck in his petrified arms. That sounds amazing. Oh, that sounds proper Hilda. Love that. I sold my soul for a dark secret. I cannot control my fits of rage. Has children with a Vaesen. Oh, oh. Incredible. That would be such a good dark secret. Whoa. Anyway, relationships. Choose a relationship for each of the other player characters or make up your own. Again, that would have been good to have it here. I am attracted to you. I hate bullies like you. You're a towny weakling. Ooh, how good is that? So your main attribute is precision. Excuse me. Main skill is combat. You get one of these talents as Bloodhound, Herbalist, or Marksman. Resources is between 2 to 4. That's right? Or do you just... I guess you pick. You don't... It's not like 3. I guess you start off maybe at 2 or 3. And then a rifle, a hunting knife or hunting dog, hunting traps or hunting equipment. Alright. Cool. And that's it. That's it. We're totally going to look at the doctor now. I got to see what this flavor text is for the doctor. Is it more Baldur's Gate stuff? That's what I want to know. There are electrical signals moving through our bodies. I knew it. When a foreign organism... yes, I almost missaid that. Organism penetrates the skin. Microscopic soldiers are created in defense. The brain can remember more things than anyone could possibly write down in a lifetime. These wonders take place every second. Yet, my colleagues continue to question the existence of supernatural beings. I was forced to retract my statements under humiliating circumstances in order to retain my right to practice. I know that the creature I dissected during my business trip to Rovaniemi in northern Finland was not one of God's creations. My oath as a doctor to help and protect my fellow men includes the threats of hell. Nice. So what we've got, motivations, we've got exploring and describing the world, aiding the weak and afflicted, strengthening society and becoming its leader. Ooh, that's a juicy one, isn't it? Was it? Damn it! I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer, Jim. It's worse than that. I'm the leader, Jim. Trauma. A corpse came back to life during an autopsy. Terrifying. Operated on a person with donkey's ears and hooves. We don't talk about that. Saw your destiny in the eyes of a dying mermaid. Dark secret. Have 2 separate personalities. Ooh, again, that would be an interesting one to play with the obviously lines and veils and stuff like that. Because again, you just got to be careful about how you portray sort of schizophrenia or multiple personality disorder or bipolar as well. Involved in illicit affairs. Unnatural lust. That's on the other page, mate. And then choose relationships. I trust you with my secrets. I don't know. You annoy me. I dream of you at night. Yeah, I like these relationships. They're quite short and sharp. They're not like we're brother and sister, we're partners. It's more about the feelings you have to the other person. That's very different. And I quite like that because it's a bit like the prompts we had yesterday with Here We Used to Fly. It's like, what can we talk about? Like they're sort of like, they're just one-liners, sort of like, here's a prompt to go off to. It's not like, this is the scene. It's like, you know, I'm scared of, oh, we're up too high, or hope they don't catch us, you know, that sort of thing. So here we have the main attribute is logic, main skill is medicine, obviously. Talents we've got to choose between army medic, chief physician, emergency medicine, and resources is 4 to 6. Yep, doctors do make a lot of money, although the doctor strike will tell you otherwise. Equipment is doctor's bag with medical equipment, liquor or fine wine, a weak horse or a strong poison. Always go for strong poison. Come, Clopsy. Tonight we ride. I love a spicy secret. By the way, is there an age restriction on this game? Like from 16 to 17-year-olds or something? So on the website, I saw it before we moved to the thing. It's 14 plus is what it says on things. It's definitely not family friendly. I'm sure you can make it family friendly. I feel like the sort of obviously the flavor text what we saw doesn't have to be in the game. Yeah, I agree. I was like, what? But I definitely think you could make it more family friendly by taking out those elements, and certainly stuff like the alcoholism, drug and substance abuse that might come up as well. I think you just need to, if you were a GM, not only you're making it safe for your players who don't want to have those particular topics in the game, to do it for younger players as well. Maybe just running that through first, having a quick read through like what we're doing, and then just taking those bits out. Some of it is a bit, much. They're short but evocative. Yeah, absolutely. But yes, 14 plus is what I saw on the website. Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't know that. I didn't read that either. I think I did read it, but I didn't think about it before. So it's good to know, right? Especially because all the other writing up to this point hasn't been that sort of intense, right? So let's move on from our archetypes to. I really want to look at. Let's look at the servant. I can see already it says the word bladder, so instantly we're gonna. I was saved by my small bladder. Whilst I was out pissing against a tree, always, an uninvited fiddler showed up at the Christmas party which the Duke let us servants hold once a year on Boxing Day evening. The tunes of his fiddle made my legs twitch as I stepped back towards the house. Through the windows I saw them dancing, their faces frozen in desperate grins. They couldn't stop. I had heard of the devil's instrument, which forces one's limbs to move until they fall apart. There was rumours of skulls still rhythmically clacking their jaws as they were being buried. How would I be able to resist the musician of Lucifer? When I returned the following morning, the music had stopped. No one spoke of the party. More than half quit their jobs. I wonder what would have happened if I had joined the others inside. Ooh, very good. Love that. Motivations: protect my master, curiosity, an urge to help humans and Vaesen alike. The trauma: we got bitten by a brook horse, lost a master to the alluring song of the neck, or served a household plagued by a changeling. Oh, that could be really exciting, actually, really interesting. Ooh, I love that one. Dark secret: I murdered someone. Persecuted for my religion, again, just being careful of lines of, obviously lines of veils for the murder stuff, but lines of veils for like real world religions. Spying for a foreign power, that could be quite interesting. Again, being mindful of like political tensions and all that sort of thing. Especially if you're not going for historical accuracy, but just being mindful, I guess. And relationships, we have at your service, I don't take orders from you, or mutual respect. Not as interesting. I mean, it makes sense if you're doing that servant that you're going to have certain rigorous sort of like attitudes towards people. Perhaps it'd be more fun to have some other bits and pieces there. Perhaps the main attribute is physique. Main skill is force. The talents we have is loyal, robust, tough as nails. Resources between 2 to 4, and we have a revolver, hurricane lamp, or makeup. A field kitchen, or simple bandages. Blues Cat says, I think the neck is a weird word. In Swedish, it's naken, which loosely means the nude one. He sits by a stream and plays a fiddle and makes people dance into the water and drown. Oh, word. Yes, thank you. Yes, I think I know which picture. I think I know what that image is. Maybe it'll come up here. Because I don't know if he's still in the chat, but Hamilton, my co-host, he managed to get me a poster from the Free League guys when we were at MCM, and it's absolutely terrifying. It's of a creature that's on the water, I think with a fiddle. I think that's the same. Yeah, and I just have it. It's still wrapped up. I still got it because I can't put it anywhere. Because it doesn't even say the word Vaesen on it. It's just a poster of a man with a fiddle. Right. Let's move on then. Oh, great. I love this. The sharp lines of this drawing is great, isn't it? Again, I know I always say this. It'd be great if this was like not a poster, but like postcards or something. Or stickers is tricky for this sort of thing. I just like the light coming through the window frame like that. Skills. We might shoot through this a little bit quickly because skills. The important part isn't the skills and the descriptions of them per se. It's about the skill tests, which I think we've got the idea of, but maybe want to move on to like the lore and stuff perhaps in this. So we'll see. We'll see. Most of what happens in Vaesen can be handled through conversations between players and game master, but sooner or later, a player character will attempt something exciting, where success is not guaranteed. In that case, it is time to bring out the dice and let chance decide what happens next. The more proficient your character is in her skill, the greater her chance of success will be. Yes, absolutely. Ooh, oh, no, don't freeze on me. There we go. Phew. Just getting pan out. This chapter describes using skill tests to determine how well you succeed at certain actions through a combination of skill and luck. It outlines the various stages of a skill test, so that will be important for us, and what the outcome may look like. We also describe how the test can be made easier or more difficult by circumstances at hand, such as you being hurt or using your talents, advantage, or equipment. There are rules for how you may push the roll, which will also be important, such as putting in so much effort that you suffer negative effects, but also get a chance to re-roll the skill test. The text proceeds to explain what happens when you are injured and forced to acquire mental or physical or mental conditions, the result of which of either pushing the roll or failing a skill test. It concludes with a description of the 12 skills featured. What I like, and maybe I hadn't clocked this earlier, I think it's because this is only the third chapter, right? It's outlined. It's basically gone, in this essay I will do this. So instantly I know what's in this thing, and maybe it could have been formatted in a way to be like, okay, we're going to look at this, and this. But actually, I think it's written in such a way that it's quite accessible. So I know, like, okay, if I need to look at what the skills are, I'll just skip to that part. For us, the first part of this chapter is more important. Actually, working out what the skill test is, see if there's anything extra. Like pushing the roll is a very classic year zero engine mechanic. So sorry, my voice has gone already. So that's good to know. I like that as again makes it slightly accessible. So I know coming up like what's in the what's going to be in the chapter, so it's not kind of hidden away. That's good. And again, great fine image there. All right, let's look at these skill tests, shall we? Ooh, let's zoom in a little bit more. The skills will let you handle or endure difficult situations if used successfully. There are 12 of them, each linked to a certain attribute. When used, maybe that's what it is I'm thinking about. So yes, of course, this book is repeating itself quite a bit. We've seen that throughout, but I think what's great about it is that means that if I go, skill test, let me look at what that means. It has that information in there, so I can read it out of context. So whilst we're reading it through just now, it does feel like, okay, it's repeated itself several times. But actually, I kind of appreciate that, because then I can easily, you know, if I'm not having to read lots of stuff, I just read one paragraph and it has all the information that's connected to it. I think it's quite interesting, because it obviously, as I said, as we're reading through it, we go, yes, we know that, you know, success is a 6, etc. But actually having it, yeah, because it says that rolling a 6 counts as a success. We know that, but I think it's good to repeat it as often as you can. So the rule is you need to repeat something 7 times in order for it to go in and for you to learn it. We know there's 12 skills, each linked to a certain attribute. When using a skill, we add the skill value to the attribute, and that determines how many d6 dice you get to roll in that pool. Rolling a 6 counts as a success, and you rarely need more than 1 to succeed. Also note that you're free to use any skill in the game, even if your skill value is 0. In that case, you just simply roll the irrelevant attribute. And the same applies for if you attempt something that's not covered by a specific skill. Now, then we've got the skills again, which is good. Now, a basic rule is that everything affecting a roll is added together. If you have a talent that adds 2 to the roll, and then you use your advantage to gain another 2, you get a 4 extra d6 to roll. Should you be injured and have a condition, that usually is, if it's just one condition, it's going to be minus 1 d6, giving you a total of 3 extra dice. Yeah, so you do all that adding up, taking away and stuff, so that's good. Means and ends. Before you roll, you must tell others what your player character is doing and what she's trying to achieve. I do think this is really important. It doesn't happen too much in freely games, to be fair, because because ultimately the game master is the one that says, oh, it's this attribute and skill, and maybe you could have a conversation with, oh, I think it's this skill instead. A lot of times you have people go, I've rolled a perception check, what do I see? People just get straight to it, and they don't ask the GM or the DM, or I want to ask a question. And there's a mixture, for me, it's like a mixture of the immersion, like, can I see the enemy that's hiding behind the door, or on the ramparts and stuff? Okay, make a perception check, rather than perception check. Can I see the guard that's on the rampart? It's very subtle difference, right? But I do think it's important because it's kind of like you appreciating the facilitator, the GM, like their sort of role in it, rather than just assuming it's going to be perception check. Because it happens on Critical Role a lot. People just roll perception checks or stealth checks, and it's like, how do you know that I was going to make you ask for that? So I always think it's important to describe what you're doing, and then say, I'm hoping for a perception check or maybe investigation. I think that's okay, but don't demand for it. That's up to the game master to tell you what the appropriate attributes and skills is. Yes, the game master may also ask you to explain further or change your goal. So I completely agree with that. For example, you cannot use manipulation. You cannot use manipulation on an enemy to kill itself or heal hundreds of patients without access to medicine, equipment, or beds. Push the roll, absolutely. Let's face under the lily pad. Yes, exactly. Bramble the Mountain King features him quite a lot. Bramble the Mountain King. Oh, check that. Is that Blue Sky? Is Bramble the Mountain King? Is that like a book or is it a TV show or something? Let me know. Or a fairy tale. Failed tests. Failing a test means that something detrimental or unexpected has happened to you. In most situations, the implications are quite obvious. A failed attempt at sneaking means you are detected. If you're trying to inspire a crowd, they may turn against you. Even before the roll is made, the game master should try and be clear about what happens if the test fails. Yeah, always set the stakes. I agree with that. In a particularly difficult or dangerous situation, failing a test might also means that you become afflicted with a condition. The game master should inform you of this before you roll. Good to know. You suffer a condition of the same type as the skill you attempted to use. So if you did a physical skill, it would be a physical condition. If it was a mental skill, it would be a mental condition. But you are free to choose which one. Not all tests should carry the risk of requiring a condition. Player characters should quickly be worn down otherwise the player characters would be quickly worn down and the game would come to a halt. Some situations are so serious you immediately could become broken on failure. Perhaps you are trying not to get hit by a train, defending your seemingly outrageous behaviour before an entire commission. Oh, there you go. Push the roll. Got to head off to get dinner now. Thanks for the stream. It's been fun. Thank you so much, Chloe. Thank you so much. It's a scary performer. Ooh, a scary performer. It's a scary platformer. Sorry, I misread it completely. A scary platformer. Ooh, okay. I'll check that out. Is it on Steam or like Xbox or something? Sounds good. Oh, have a good dinner, Chloe, if you're still there. Having failed a test, you can choose to muster your strength or give it one more try. It can only be done once per action and must happen immediately after failing a test. This is called pushing the roll. Interesting. Because in Alien, you can push the roll if you've already succeeded, but you maybe want to get more successes, I think. That's okay. When pushing the roll, you suffer a condition. If you're using a physical precision, choose a physical condition. If you're using logic or empathy, you choose a mental one. You may then re-roll every die except sixes. There you go. Should there be any? So yeah, you can do it if you've already done a success. You can push rolls that have already succeeded, since there are situations where multiple successes make you succeed particularly well. Broken to succeed. When pushing a roll, you get to re-roll all dice except the sixes. The condition you acquire as a result does not come into effect till after the roll. Good to know. It is therefore possible to become broken from pushing the roll. Only after the roll does the condition broken render you incapacitated. Alright, good to know. The story must go on. The game master must make sure that failed tests do not bring the story to a standstill. It could happen if you fail to obtain the information you need to locate a certain creature, or if you are locked up and required to pick a lock in order to escape. When a failed test threatens the flow of the story, there are 3 methods that the game master can use to salvage the situation: consequences, conditions, and requirements. Conditions. Consequences mean that you've succeeded even though you failed the test, but that something else goes wrong instead. You got the information you wanted, but the creatures noticed you in the library and blocks your path. Sometimes the game master may keep the consequence secret for a while and reveal it later on, like holding a move against you. Conditions mean that you achieve what you wanted despite failing the test, but you must choose a physical or mental condition. You manage to push away the rock that's crushing your friend, but become exhausted in the process. Requirements mean that you get some of what you wanted, but more is required to achieve success. That it can also mean that you fail, but the game master suggests an alternative way of resolving the situation. Perhaps you get the information you need, but it's written in a strange language, and you must find a way to translate it. That's a good shout, actually. Maybe the person who came to help you has already left. The game master reveals that her children share some of her knowledge, and they are still in the village. Very good. Alright, conditions. There are 2 ways. You choose one when you're pushing the roll, but you can also get them as a consequence of failing a test. So those are the only 2 ways you get from to acquire those. That's fine. There are 2 types: mental and physical. Physical conditions are linked to physique and precision, and mental ones are to logic and empathy. Physical conditions include exhausted, battered, and wounded, whilst mental conditions include angry, frightened, and hopeless. If you're suffering from one condition, you get 1 fewer d6. It's also worth noting that conditions stack, meaning 2 conditions of the same type will subtract 2 dice from your dice pool. But no matter how many conditions you have accumulated, you must always roll at least 1 die. These can be healed through rest and other activities, which is described later on. If you already have the 3 conditions of the same type and then acquire a 4th, you become broken. This means you are seriously injured, temporarily insane, or otherwise worn down. Tag yourself, I'm always worn down. You may not perform any actions, physical or mental. In addition, a broken player may also sustain a critical injury. So that's on page 64. Alright, levels of difficulty. So this is the number of successes you would need. So you can see here, challenging one means you need 2 successes, and a difficult you need 3. And they always put this chart in. I always find it really interesting. The number of dice and the sort of stats of chances to succeed. I always find it really interesting to work out that you should always, I think, always take the push roll. You should always push the roll. Helping each other. So other players can increase your chances of passing a test by offering to help whatever you're attempting to do. They just you gain a +1 for every person helping you, but to the maximum of 3 people helping you. Fair enough. It's a video game about Nordic folklore. It's on Steam. Brilliant. Oh, thank you, Bluescat. I'll check that out afterwards. I misread that as pushing the troll. Well, now that sounds a much better game mechanic if you ask me. You might need to push the roll when attempting to push the troll. Absolutely. But Bramble the Mountain King is a little nightmarish folklore platformer game on Steam. Brilliant. Oh, I'll check it out. Absolutely. I love Little Nightmares. I really like that. The 3rd one's coming out this year, so I'm really excited for that. Parallel actions. When you are doing something at the same time, when you do things at the same time, you cannot help each other. Right. If you're all trying to sneak past someone or avoiding to sink in the swamp, each of you must pass your own test without assistance from others. However, some skills allow a character whose test is extra successful to give give successes to others. So these are like stunts essentially. Again, Alien does the same thing where you perform so well, you're like, okay, I want to give a +1 to somebody else who's about to do the same test, etc. If you've got those extra successes. How great is that image? Oh, although I must say that these children's necks are very long. They're clearly Vaesen. Opposed roles. So there will be many situations when an NPC or a player character tries to stop you from succeeding. A guard may try to detect you while you're sneaking. You and your friend disagree on something and each try to sway the opinion of the other. In such cases, the outcome is decided by opposed roles. You and your opponent each make a roll. The person with most successes prevails. Should you both get an equal number of successes, you have neither succeeded nor failed. If your opponent is an NPC, the game master may use one of 3 methods described under failed rolls, so consequences, conditions, or requirements. You get what you want, but something goes wrong. In a conflict between 2 players where both roll the same number of successes, each may want to choose to push the roll to win. If you still get the same number of successes, you must agree on a compromise. They both get something they want, but at a cost. You may also use your advantage to increase your chance of success. You must be able to explain what makes it helpful, but it's probably best to be generous in their assessments. It would be a shame if the player characters never got to use it. Advantages are specific to each mystery and may be used once per session, granting you 2 extra dice when making a skill test. Using an advantage must be declared before rolling the dice or when you decide to push a roll. In other words, you cannot use an advantage if you've already failed the test. Yes, I understand. The advantage you gain on your journey to the mystery expires when you return to Uppsala, but you will, of course, be able to acquire a new one on your way to the next mystery. The next advantage you gain cannot be tied to the same skill. You must choose another. Those kids on the back of the horse is a bit dark. It's a picture of a brook horse, you'll find out later. In folklore, a brook horse is the same creature as the Nakan. Oh! Hang on, sorry. Oh, I zoomed in when I was meant to go back up. I see this. It's on the other page, isn't it? There you go. Yeah, you know what? If we enhance a little bit, you can definitely see those are scary teeth. Yeah, those children are gone. Wow, very cool though. Equipment. Most items you find during your mysteries are everyday variety, but some can be more useful and increase your chance of passing your skill test. You might need lockpicks to open something, or a horse to outride a lynch mob. And these usually add a +1 all the way up to a +3. So far, very straightforward, right? It's a very straightforward system. It's not too complicated. The advantage stuff, that's some downside stuff, that's great mechanic to just add more stuff. You don't have to worry about other things that we've come across in other free league games like the stress mechanic or anything like that. So I appreciate that. And then extra successes it's going to talk about here. The fact that you can do extra special things if you roll more 6s than you need. Again, just makes it really it feels very straightforward, right? And there's nothing's terribly scary about it. So maybe then that's the thing, is that I think Vaesen is this. Maybe there's a learning, as we sort of spoke about earlier, maybe there's a learning curve as a GM to run the adventures, because there's not necessarily this is how you defeat the creatures. But as a player, as a mechanic, that's straightforward. Sorry, as the game mechanics and the rule set, that's straightforward. Rolling more successes than required means that you are extra successful. You impress yourself as well as others. You get more than you wanted, or win renown for your skillfulness. In some cases, the Game Master may deem your surge in confidence so great that you heal a condition. Some skills let you use extra successes to achieve certain effects, such as helping another player character who has failed the same kind of skill test. Each effect costs 1 success. The Game Master decides whether or not and for what purpose you may use the extra successes for. Mare, thou may not enter here until thou hast counted birds in the wood, fish in the river, every oak and the words of God. Ooh. Alright, well, we won't read through all the skills because I think hopefully they are straightforward enough. We've got agility, close combat. You can see agility is the ability to run fast. Close combat should be straightforward. I guess what we could quickly look at, so those extra successes here, you can see it. Look at the agility one. So if you rolled like an agility check, so physique agility check to run away from something, and you got like more successes than you need to, you can spend the successes to do things. So like outmaneuver your enemy. You change the initiative cards with them. that could be quite cool if they're up higher in the initiative than you. Stress your enemy. They get a mental condition. Move one zone away. So yeah, we use zones in combat. Make your enemy's position itself is in a certain part of the zone. Perform actions while evading enemy. For instance, performing a ritual or setting fire to things in the room. Oh, that's great. That's quite. And again, those ones instantly seem to me. There's not. I mean, there's movement ones, but it's not like a plus something or anything like that for this particular one. But I like that. It's very flavoursome, right? Like it goes, hey, you might want to be doing this whilst you're running around the room. You might want to be, continuing the ritual, not breaking your concentration and stuff. So that's pretty good. Whereas I can imagine, yeah, you can see sort of there, rolling more successes than required, you get +1 to your damage perhaps, as well as outmaneuvering the enemy, stressing the enemy, etc., etc. Force is brute strength to lift something heavy or endure pain and hardship. It can let you survive without food or water or walk all day and night without suffering a condition. Resisting attacks. Let's have a look-see. A character who is targeted by an attack or an ambush, poisoned food, or an attempt at persuasion has a chance to resist or detect the assailant. Agility is used to evade physical attacks. Vigilance is used to detect someone sneaking up or slipping you something into your pocket. In social situations when your character is passive, you'd use observation. That's pretty good. So there's definitely two differences of vigilance and observation. Because I think I'd probably interchange the two, knowing myself, but it's clearly separate. As vigilance is more active, and observation is passive here. All right. And then we have ranged combat. Again, should be straightly obvious. Stealth, investigation. What does it say up here about investigation? The investigation skill is not used to find hidden things such as doors and traps or uncover hidden clues. If you describe the character searching in the right place, the game master should simply let you find what you're looking for, if it can be seen at all. However, a successful skill test can provide a bonus if the GM wants. That kind of gets around the spot hidden issue that always comes up in my Call of Cthulhu games. You're like, it's a spot hidden check, and if you're crap at spot hidden, it's a bit tough, right? But here you can see investigation is used to search a room, examine a dead body, find out what happened at a crime scene, find out what is obscured. So it's almost like an insight, but in the environment, per se. Learning is there as part of logic. Vigilance is logic. So you notice someone sneaking up at you, yada yada yada. Can be used to interpret situations you are monitoring. If you succeed, the game master provides you with information. You see, there's no stunts on this one, or on inspiration, or on manipulation, or on learning, or investigation, or stealth. It just makes you even better. Interesting. So only a couple. Yeah, so only a couple of them have those stunts or the extra successes. Manipulation is always a funny one, I find. So you have this stuff about like opposite manipulation tests and stuff. There you go. I was gonna say, do they have a bit about not mind control? Here it is. Here, I'll read it out. When engaging in manipulation, your goal must be reasonable. You cannot completely alter another person's way of thinking. Make someone commit suicide. Okay, content warning. Turn people against their friends without good cause. After you have successfully used manipulation on someone, other things might cause a person to reconsider. The same applies when manipulation is used on you. Good to know. And observation there as well. Honest information. Several skills give the player characters access to information. It is the game master's responsibility to provide information that is accurate and useful. A successful skill test should not result in vague answers or ones that protect the truth or an NPC. What makes the story interesting is what the player characters do with their information. Do not leave them ignorant or unable to act. Yes, don't be like they don't hit the thing, they don't get through the door. They have to get through. Oh, what a great image. You know what? Actually, I do think these images you can download as wallpapers. I think you can do that for alien stuff as well. There you go. Alright, talents. Let's have a look-see. So, in addition to your skills, you have certain tricks and traits that come in handy. These are called talents, and they are described in this chapter. First, we list the talents that are specific to archetypes and then some general ones. A newly created player character will have one talent, chosen from the free talents specific to their archetype, but over the course of the game you can purchase more by spending experience points. Some talents add bonus to skills or fear tests. Fear tests, okay. Affecting a number of extra dice. The effect of different talents are added to the total. Alright. Look at, I see what they mean by grouping stuff. So here they've grouped together. That's so much better than what they did in Alien. Oh my goodness, yeah. I think they did it like alphabetical order in Alien. It was so difficult to find them. Oh no, they didn't really. They put it under like stuff, but it wasn't obvious, and it wasn't as short and sweet as some of these are. Like academic here, bookworm, gained +2 to learning when looking for clues in books or libraries. Perfect. Knowledge is reassuring. Ignore conditions when making learning tests. That's pretty good. What's it that we have for hunter then? So we have. Oh, so we'll go for doctor because that was the go in order. So army medic, gain +2 to fear tests when frightened by dead or damaged human bodies. Chief physician, when you use medicine to treat other players' characters, they can heal a total of 4 conditions instead of 3. Wow. Same applies to extra successes. And then emergency medicine, ignore mental conditions when using medicine. Oh, okay. And then for hunter we have gain +2 to vigilance when tracking your prey. Herbalist, by utilizing wild herbs you can use medicine without having access to medical supplies. And then marksman, gain a +2 to range combat on your first turn when successfully ambushing or attacking your enemy. Very straightforward, very simple. You don't need too much, and you don't need flavor text particularly. It's kind of already said in the name of the talent, right? That's pretty good. That is a cracking image, huh? What a great line drawing. Again, the only thing I'd say, just because it came up on Tuesday and it looked amazing when we did Wander Home, there's no alt text. It'd be great to have alt text for the images. Because otherwise you just hear me going, oh, these are amazing. We've got officers, we've got the priest. Look at the servant. The servant, you have loyal, which is +2 on fear tests in presence of someone you have sworn to protect. Tough as nails, gain +2 to force when fighting unarmed. And then robust, you may ignore penalties for physical conditions once per roll. Oh my god, once per roll per gaming. Once on one roll per gaming session. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good talent. That automatic writing. That's cool though. Like again, free talents per person that you could choose from. Great. And we've got some general talents here. We've got brave, which is gain +1 to all fear tests. Empathetic, ignore penalties from conditions when making an observation check. Good. Famous, the Lord's Shepherd, very good. Oh, wealthy, hooray! Yeah, so this comes in. You buy those talents with your when you got that 5 experience, right? That's when you buy it. When you've got 5 experience per session. We'll get it up. There's the cover. Oh, roll credits. Conflicts and injuries. Ooh. All right. Fill up my water. The subject of this chapter is conflict. Ugh. Where situations that escalate beyond words, where passing a skill test is not enough and you must follow the rules step by step to determine outcome. The first section presents the rules for combat. It describes how to determine the order of which your characters will act during combat, what actions they can perform, and the various circumstances that may affect your chances of success. It also explains how movement works in combat and lays out rules for setting ambushes, chases, grappling your enemy, or breaking free from a hold. Next, we provide rules for physical injuries and how they affect you. This is followed by a section of how beholding a Vaesen or going through other terrible experiences can cause mental injuries. The rules describe how to make fear tests to avoid being affected by what is happening before your eyes. So fear test is the thing. I think that's the special thing for this, isn't it? The subsequent section contains rules for explosions, fires, poison, damage from falling, and the effects of hunger, thirst, and fatigue. We then describe how you can heal your own injuries and those of others before the chapter concludes with rules for armor, equipment, and weapons. All right, well, we don't need to look at the armor, and those are fine. But let's look at combat, because yes, I can already say here, playing cards for initiative. Okay, so combat begins when you or someone else attempts to shoot, hit, or otherwise harm someone. The first thing to do is to determine the order in which you may act. Who is quick enough to strike first? And this is done by drawing initiative cards. Yep, it's the same in Alien, it's the same in Blade Runner, it's the same in quite a few of their games. Yes, I don't think it's the same in Walking Dead, though. I think that's a dexterity check from that. Fear test sounds like to me like Keep It Together in Cult. Yes, absolutely, Blues Cat. Yes, I think it's something similar, right? And there's another game that has the fear test as well. Shiver by Parable Games also has a fear like test, or I think it's called fear test as well. I was gonna say a shiver test. The combat is divided into rounds, and during each round everyone takes a turn at performing actions. When everyone is done, the round is over and another one begins. Yeah. So before the fight begins, everyone draws a card to determine the order which participant, willing or otherwise, performs their actions. Those numbers 1 to 10. We shuffle them, let everyone draw a card, and the value of the card is the initiative order. You put it next to your character sheet so everyone can see it, and you put the cards of the NPCs and creatures in front of yourself as a game master so that you can see them as well. If you're facing multiple opponents identical to each other, it might be a group initiative. So the one with the lowest initiative goes first, so it's from 1 to 10. That's the way it goes. Performs their actions followed by the next person with the second lowest, and so on until everyone has done their turn. And the round is over and you start a new round. You do not need to draw new cards during the fight. So it's not like Savage Worlds where you redraw every time, and then it also depends on the suits. It keeps it nice and straightforward, just numbers. Swapping initiative. So you and another player can choose to swap initiative cards during combat, but you may only do it at the start of the round before anyone else has performed their actions. You must be able to talk to each other in order to swap the initiative. In combat, extra successes can be used to outmaneuver. Yes, we talked about that. The opponent, forcing her to swap cards with you. If you're fighting a creature with multiple initiative cards, you get to pick the one you want. Yes, because sometimes they're so quick, these creatures, that they actually get 2 or 3 cards, so they can go multiple times in a round. We've got the zone stuff. So essentially, it's divided into zones. A zone is an area where it only takes a couple of steps to engage the enemy in close combat. If you're 1 zone away, you need throwing weapons. 2 zones away, probably a rifle. It can vary in size depending on the terrain. So that's interesting. So it's more about the number of zones rather than near, far, remote. That sort of naming terms that they were doing. I don't know, but I think that the word game master should be lore master or narrator or something. What do you think? I like it when games have unique terms like that. Like how in Cult, the oblivious one should be cult leader. Oh, it's so true, Blue Sky. Yeah, I love having terminology for stuff like a master of ceremonies for City of Mist games, keeper for Cult of Cthulhu and stuff. I'm a massive fan of that terminology, but again, sometimes people don't like it because people like to be like, well, NPCs are NPCs. They're not, I don't know, what was it I saw? They're not like antagonists, or, I appreciate good terminology because it's just a way to immerse somebody in the game. So yeah, 100%. I think for this game though, it would be something. I think so. Would it be something like storyteller or I think narrator works well. I think what you said was narrator. Lore master, I think narrator works because I feel like the way we've described this group of people, the investigators, or people with sight. Again, it doesn't really. Did it say investigators? I think it said investigators. Like, I think it would make sense as a narrator that you're narrating from the archives of their discoveries and stuff. Maybe it's that sort of thing. What's Giles's position in Buffy? So he's like the mentor, right? Or something like that. He has a certain job title, but maybe it was something like that, perhaps. But yeah, no, 100%. I'm on board with you. Like, I think good terminology for a game, which is easy to remember and it's not hard to say, because especially if you're running these games, like facilitator is fine, but it's a bit formal. Whereas like Bluebeard's Bride, for example, that facilitator is the groundskeeper, and I really like that. I really love that. When combat begins, the game master can draw a map. We know that. You can make combat more interesting by varying the surroundings. Let two zones be separated by a wall, or a locked door, or a great hedge that must be broken through. A great hedge. That's a great hedge. Perhaps a zone can be only reached from a certain place. Let there be a balcony where an enemy is hiding with a rifle. Oh, that's very cool. Do not forget to describe the environment, even when it does not affect any success results or tests. Make the ground muddy, the lanterns dazzling, and the smell pungent. Have hundreds of birds take flight when the first shot is fired. That is very good advice. I am really bad at describing environment when it comes to combat. Combat really takes up a lot of my brain space. Like certainly in D&D, it's just lots of stuff to keep track of. That sometimes I feel as one of my weakest things as a game master is describing the combat areas and describing the environment and stuff like that. So I think this is good advice, just to keep remembering, like, this is where you are and stuff like that. You can give out those details, those sort of like, oh, the wall is 30 feet high, etc. Although you would never know from looking at it. Like, yes, that is definitely 30 feet, I'd say. But it's because we've been trained on like minis and battle maps and stuff like that. So I think that's the thing I would like to improve on this year, is making my world building and my descriptions of the environment like matter and clear and concise, but also like obvious what they can do with it. I was thinking folklore lore master, but storyteller or something might be better. But then again, it's a theatre of the mind game, so everyone is a storyteller. Very true, Blues Cat. Very true. I think the problem is because you need somebody who is, for this game particularly, you need somebody who is the rules referee or whatever, you know. So it's nice to have that separately. But I don't know, because you call them player characters and stuff. Would you call them investigators? Would you call them? I don't know. It's an interesting conundrum. But yeah. Some obstacles can only be moved over by performing an action or passing a skill test. Yeah. Circumstances. If it takes place under particularly difficult circumstances, they may decide that certain skill tests are harder to pass. Yeah, straightforward. Like sort of fog and dim light may contribute to the atmosphere, but should not affect skill tests. Since some creatures are not affected by things like that, it can be tactical for them to choose the time and place of the confrontation. Player characters can also use circumstances to their advantage. The games master should even encourage this, instead, for instance, providing indications that a certain Vaesen is vulnerable to sunlight or cannot stand the smell of soap. Here we go. So, fighting Vaesen. Everything you've heard about Vaesen suggests that they can rarely be killed in combat. Physical confrontations will almost certainly be a matter of holding them off long enough to perform a ritual of escape. Performing a ritual rarely requires any skill tests. Instead, you describe what you're doing. If performed correctly, the ritual will drive off the creature. Humans, animals, and most Vaesen perform 2 actions per turn, one slow and one fast. Again, very typical of 3D combat. Slow actions take more time and usually involve a skill test, and fast actions are quick and rarely require a test to succeed. You might shout a word or two, or draw your weapon. If you want, you can perform a fast action. You can perform a fast action instead of your slow action, and thus get 2 fast actions that round. Some fast actions are reactions. Usually some kind of maneuver or evade attacks. Reactions may be performed at any time during the round. This means that you use your fast action before your turn or wait until after your turn to be ready for the enemy's attacks. When using the reactions to protect yourself, you must choose to spend your action before you know whether or not your opponent's roll fails or succeeds. Yes, I remember this from Alien as well. This idea that you spend up like a reaction that you have, so you limited to on your turn what you can do. So that means if you spend your fast action on your turn and then afterwards you get hit, you can't defend against it, so you might want to keep back that fast action. I think in Alien it's a slow action, I seem to recall. I was just thinking about the term. Yeah, no, I get you. Ah, here we go. So we've got a little table. A nice, like, simplistic table in Alien and probably Blade Runner as well. It's quite detailed of what you can and cannot do. And it's quite good here because you can see the skill that it is connected to as well. So what we've got, so attack with melee, attack with range, those are going to be typical slow actions. Wrestling and pushing, of course. There you go, perform a ritual is going to take several turns, so that's good. Good to have it there for obvious. So hold reactions. There you go. So it's actually reactions. Oh, resist magic depends on the magic. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Choosing an action, you must describe how you perform it. This is part of the game's atmosphere and bringing it to life. Perhaps you plunge yourself into the mud, swearing as you fire your rifle at the creature. Maybe you crouch down, sneaking towards the enemy and gripping your knife so tightly that your knuckles turn white. You can use a fast action to position yourself in anywhere within your zone. If the enemy is hiding behind cover, located far away, you may have to spend a fast action to get close enough to do a close combat attack. Entering an adjacent zone is also requires a fast action. Yeah, we've got them there, haven't we? Attacking an enemy requires a skill test. Unarmed attacks are performed with force. When you're armed with melee weapons, it's close combat, and ranged attacks, it's ranged combat. You need one success to hit your target, dealing damage indicated on the weapons table. The damage value shown is the number of physical conditions that afflict the enemy as a result of your attack. Oh. Rolling multiple successes, you can choose to deal additional damage. For each success, the opponent suffers another condition. Human NPCs and animals don't suffer conditions but have a toughness values instead, which works in a similar way. For example, an NPC who is hit for 3 damages loses 3 toughness points and gets 3 fewer dice on the next test. Interesting. Okay. Weapons table shows the range of ranged weapons. Yeah. Indicates how many zones a weapon can reach from where you're standing. A 0 means you can only use a weapon in enemies against the same zone. Yeah. So here you got a revolver from ranges 0 to 1 means that it's in the same zone or 1 zone away. That makes sense. Alright. Great image. Dodging and parrying. When attacked, you can use your fast action to parry in the close combat or dodge a gunshot or some other attack or some other ranged attack, sorry. Both of these are reactions that you use anytime during a round, even if it's not on your turn. This means you can choose to save your fast action in case you need it to parry later on in the round, but you can also use it before your turn. So it's agility to dodge and force combat or close combat to parry, depending on whether you are you or not are armed. What does it say about ammunition? Sorry, I'm just bouncing around a bit. In combat, you have time to reload between actions. Certain situations, the game master may ask you to keep track of how many bullets you have left. Perhaps you are trapped in a network of caves and must preserve your resources. Or maybe you must rush to your desk to grab silver bullets and load your revolver before the werewolf reaches you. Alright, so each success deducts 1 success from the enemy's attack. So this is back to the opposed rolls, right? By rolling more successes than acquired, you may choose to swap initiative cards with your enemy. You must choose to dodge or parry before you know whether the enemy's attack has succeeded with her attack. Yes. Got ya. Got ya. Alright. Got... Yeah, I can imagine it's very similar. It's going to be force tests. Yeah, it's like it's almost like opposed rolls. Yeah, force tests. Agility for fleeing, which makes sense. Also ambush, you got to roll stealth versus vigilance. Yep, that happens in Alien as well. Very good. Ache, ache, ache. From the hand I banish you with this command far away to a distant land. What a great image. Alright, let's look at this injuries and then we might have to call it a night there because it's getting late. Injuries. As previously mentioned, taking damage causes you to suffer conditions. Type of damage determines the type of condition that afflicts you. In combat, the weapon damage value indicates how many conditions you get. When you check off all the physical or mental conditions and suffer another one of the same type, you become broken. It means you're incapacitated and you receive a critical injury, which we're going to get on the next two things. Yeah, that's it. You're going to get it on the next 2 pages. Yeah. You and the game master together decides exactly what happens to your character depending on what caused you to get broken. If you're broken due to physical injury, it could mean that you've passed out, are bleeding heavily, have several broken bones, or that you experience such severe pain that you lose control of your body. You automatically fail all tests. The only action you can perform are talking succinctly, and if the game master allows it, crawling to safety. Each attack that hits you whilst broken causes another critical injury. Being broken as a result of acquiring mental conditions means that you're overwhelmed by the situation you're in. Perhaps you are suffering from delusions or have lost all hope of survival, or maybe you no longer know who or where you are. In any case, you have lost the ability to look after yourself and act with purpose. If attacked while broken by mental conditions, you can flee, parry, and dodge, making skill tests as usual to see if you succeed. You cannot attack enemies or perform rituals, but you are otherwise able to use your body and move around. You're still able to speak, although you may not be coherent. So when you become broken, you sustain a critical injury, and you immediately roll either on the physical or mental critical injuries table, so there could be 2 separate tables, I see. Roll a d6, that's a 2 6-sided dice. Again, it's that context again, it's like, yes, we know what a d6 is, but you never know out of context what it might mean. You gotta see what is the 10s and 3s. There is a fatal column for physical injuries and a chronic column for mental. This means that some critical injuries must be treated by someone within a certain time limit, or you will die or remain mentally broken forever. Should that happen, discard your player character and create a new one. The society gains a new member. Even after you receive treatment and cease to be broken, the injury will affect you for the rest of the mystery. The critical injuries table states whether you or not have acquired a defect or an insight. Defects are things that affect you negatively, such as impaired vision. Yeah, 100% flaw then. Or general sense of dread that refuses to let up. Insights are superhuman abilities that help you, for example, giving you visions of the future or infusing you with power that makes it easier for you to pass a certain skill test. When you return to your headquarters, you must determine whether your defects or insights become permanent, or whether they heal pass up during the return trip to Uppsala. Rules for this can be found in Chapter 6. These rules only apply to player characters. When an NPC becomes broken, she is effectively eliminated. Context determines whether she's dead, unconscious, or has succumbed to despair. The game master may also roll on the critical injuries table for inspirations to describe what is happening next. Hello. So you might not get into descriptions on the Vaesen. Yes, I don't think I will either, unfortunately. It's such a long book, as you can tell. But I would say it would easily become spoilers for adventures. My thoughts about the longevity of this game is that after some time, your players might learn so much about different creatures that some of the mystery is lost. But then, the GM could build a story of whether the Vaesen are more of a backdrop for human intrigue and power plays by humans in the narrative. I think Lost Mark and Saga does this pretty well, at least the podcast. Yeah, I completely agree. I think this is the problem we have with D&D, right? Is that you play D&D and you put out a creature and they go, oh, it's a mimic, or oh, it's this. And they'll know how to deal with it, or the impact, I think is what you're referring to. The impact is not as terrifying, or as impactful, as the word is. Yeah, so I completely agree. I think what I'd like to do once we finish this chapter, I'd like to we can go see some of the images, perhaps, like the Nook larvae. That's my favourite image in this book. But then again, it also, I guess it's a way to encourage you then to look at your own folklore in the places around you, or folklore from around the world. Because again, it talks about there are other societies, maybe, and that's the one it has in the mythic Britain one, is that it talks about you going to different societies, maybe visiting, and maybe you have connections with the society in Uppsala, or maybe you go around the world. So encouraging you to look at your own folklore, or sensitively, I'd say, looking at other folklore as well. Like I can imagine it'd be quite fun to maybe look at Yunash. Yeah, is that what it's called? The jumping zombies in it's Japanese folklore. Yeah, I'm thinking of Blood on the Banquet Table. That's the name of the game. Jianshi, sorry. Yes, Jianshi is a really cool, like, hopping vampire folklore. But again, you know, treating it sensitively, perhaps. Alright, let's look at these injury tables. I can see foot injury at the top, broken fingers, and we go all the way down to splinters in the body. Okay. Defect, ulcer. Okay. And then here comes the fatal ones from 42 onwards. We have a dirty wound. Not crushed genitals. Oh no. I won't read them all out because I appreciate not everyone's mileage. Your mileage may vary on stuff. But yeah, crushed chest, you'll die. Interesting. So you don't die straight away. Because yeah, in Alien, is the top 6 in Alien is that you just die straight away, instant death, instant kill. Whereas here you do not, which is interesting. And here as well, the effects. You've got the time limit and all that sort of thing, fine. But the majority of it are the effects that you get. But then, sorry, as soon as you get to sort of the top 6 here, you get these sort of that's when you get the insights. So almost like you've had the near-death experience, right? And that's what it's giving you there, like Living Dead, Natural Focus, Champion, etc. Interesting. Yes. Yes. Also, since this is focused a lot on mystery and detective work, knowing what Vaesen does can make you find the answers too fast. But making it more about humans trying to exploit the Vaesen may be an interesting direction is what I meant. I get you. Like the big bad might have some grand human conspiracy. Yeah, 100%. No, I definitely see that. Yeah, the enemy's always humans. It's always the bad guy. Absolutely, the Vaesen don't know any better, and that's the same as well to a big extent in the Rivers of London series. More often than not, it's real life people who are controlling things and ruining things for everything. But yeah, I think that'd be more interesting. And yet, if the if that Lost Mountain saga is about that, very interesting. I'd be interested to listen to that. Maybe I'll download it after this session. So what we've got, injuries. I can see instantly that frozen facial muscles, but also whitened hair. That'd be quite fun to play. Not really a mental condition, I would argue, but all fine. Divided attention. Extreme muscle tension. I wonder what that could be. And then same thing. From 42 downwards, we've got obviously the fatal ones, or the chronic ones. Sorry, not fatal ones, but these ones. Ashamed. Incredible. Out of body experience, and then it goes. Yeah, that top is hypersensitive, possessed. There's the insight ones there. Split consciousness. That's the only one I'd be a bit careful of. Just quickly reading in that in detail. Alright. Defects mean that your body has sustained an injury that will not heal, which makes life more difficult for you. It can affect you once per session. The game master decides when. It can activate it in the following ways, such as increasing the difficulty. Social stigma? Maybe. We'll see how that goes. My own worst enemy. A situation which you would normally be able to handle now automatically requires a skill test. Loss of control. The game master assumes the control of your actions in certain situations. I will just double check with my players about that, to be honest with you, because some people do not like, they like controlling the characters. The last thing they need is me going, thank you. I definitely would check in about that just in case. But there's insights. Insights change you and give you supernatural powers beyond anything normal for human. You can use this insight once per gaming session. They lead to an increased skill, so that's plus. It's a bonus to a skill test. Vision, you have a supernatural experience, a prophetic vision, or an intuitive understanding of a problem. This provides a clue you need to solve the mystery. The game master sets the scene and gives you the clue. In some cases, it can't be used in this way, and the game master will decide. You open the eyes. You can give another human the ability to see Vaesen for the duration of one scene. When you use this insight, you must either touch the other person or say something that creates a strong emotional bond between you. How interesting. Control my own destiny. You can use the insight to control what an NPC is thinking or doing. The effect only lasts a moment and you cannot make them harm each other, themselves, or her friends. The game master may decide that an NPC cannot be controlled in that moment. Ooh, that's an interesting flavoursome thing, though. Playing out and describing effects. Tell the gaming group how your defect affects your actions and appearance. The game master describes how the NPCs react to it. If you have an insight, you must describe what happens when you activate it. Keep in mind, though, that Vaesen is not about superheroes and magicians. You will not light up as if you are on fire or float in the air. The effects of insights are subtle. That's good to know. Ooh, we've got fear stuff as well. Great. So, your player character might end up or even cause an array of dangerous or frightening situations that are not directly involved with combat, although they can certainly occur during combat as well. The rules for the effects of these situations are presented below. Alright. When encountering Vaesen, being exposed to magic or feeling scared or stressed as a result of seeing something horrible, like dead bodies, it takes effort not to lose control and become terrified. You must pass a fear test. Choose whether to tackle the situation with logic or empathy. The attribute value indicates how many dice rolls you may roll. Add additional dice equal to the number of player characters present in the scene. Okay. Characters playing who are broken or already terrified do not count. Oh, okay. If you become frightened during combat, you use the number of players situated in the same zone as you. Alright, it's good to know. It would be good to separate those just a little bit, just so we've got the actual, like, physically separated in the formatting. Mental conditions add penalties to fear tests. On a failure, you can push the roll by acquiring a mental condition. Some talents make fear tests easier to pass. Okay. The fear value of creatures, magic, or occurrences indicate how many successes you need. If successful, you manage to control your emotions and can act normally, but extra successes have no effect. On a failure, you become terrified. Roll a d6 die to see how many rounds it takes to regain control of yourself. Whether you flee, freeze, faint, or attack is up to you, see the box. Otherwise, you regain control when you are no longer terrified. When you become terrified, you suffer a number of mental conditions equal to the fear value. Oof, gosh. Each success on your fear test reduces that number by the affliction by 1. You become broken, you sustain a mental critical injury. Lastly, it should be noted that if you become terrified in a situation that isn't particularly hazardous, where the duration of the effect or your exact reaction is irrelevant, the game master can let you improvise your reaction and how long it lasts for. For example, if you're examining a mutilated corpse in an otherwise secure location. Good to know. What a great image. Oh, didn't mean to enhance on it. I meant to go back up. So, when you're terrified, you can choose to either flee. You just basically run from the fight. There's no time to pick things up, talk, or help someone. You choose the nearest and fastest way out of there. Freeze. You refuse to move, rendering yourself immobile. You cannot talk or perform any actions whatsoever. If you're in a dark or concealed position, it takes a successful vigilance test to spot you. Oh, good to know. Faint. Your body goes limp and a veil of darkness descends on the world. If you are lying in the dark or concealed position, it takes a successful vigilance test to spot you. Or you attack. You attack the nearest hostile person or creature with whatever weapon you are currently holding. You lose the ability to make strategic choices and will not stop attacking until the enemy is vanquished. You cannot perform any fast actions. If there are no enemies nearby, you explode in a fit of rage and start breaking things around you. Cool. So these are good. I like these because it's not like I think with the conditions you're already minusing stuff to your rolls and stuff like that. Here it's like a role play thing, so like a prompt to do something, a prompt into action, or like something to do. It's like, yeah, you could lose your turn if you're freezing and fainting. Fleeing, yet you've lost your turn by running away, and then attacking as well. It could be very bad in certain situations. So yeah, really like that. Explosions. We don't need to go for the rules for explosions and fire and stuff because they're going to be very similar. Yeah, we've got blast power and adjacent zones. Yeah, they're very similar to the other rules stuff. So not as interesting, I think, but we can have a look. Oh, most of the body is burning. Ooh, ooh. Full damage, tired, hungry, healing energy. Let's have a look at healing quickly. After violent or frightening encounters, you and your friends may need to heal your conditions. This section describes the ways in which you can help each other. Some has already been mentioned in the chapter. but it is repeated here to avoid having to flip back and forth unnecessarily. So, when you have sustained a critical injury that might either kill you or become chronic, someone must treat you with medicine or inspiration before the time limit expires. If successful, you cease to be broken whilst retaining all the other conditions. So really, I mean, I've not mentioned this, but yeah, it's obvious that you don't really have hit points. It is the conditions thing that affects you, and everyone has the same amount. So that's pretty good. If the temp fails, the person treating you must either find help or gather more medical supplies or move you to a safer location before they can try again. If no one has successfully treated you before the time runs out, you either die or become permanently broken. You can use medicine to heal other people's physical conditions, but not your own. You and your patients must spend a full day on treatment in a secure location where you can eat, drink, and rest. You cannot do anything else that day. Interesting. There you go. So, and this is the cheat sheet. Hooray for cheat sheets. Definitely, I would cut this. Well, not cut this out. Sorry. I would screenshot this and put this out and print this out. That's the thing I do like about free books, is that they have like this sort of like again, I can imagine just taking this particular table, a couple of those, and just sticking it together on a reference sheet for people to look at. You know what it is? It would be a GM screen. That's what I'm thinking of. It's like, there, this should be like on a screen that I can see all the time. It's a GM screen I'm thinking of. Oh dear. Likewise, you can use inspiration to cure people of their mental conditions. Okay, so medicine's physical. Inspiration is mental. Cool. I don't need to. They cannot have their conditions treated by more than one person at a time. However, it's possible for one person to treat physical conditions whilst another treats mental. Okay, so you got to do it. Okay, so you got to do one and then step away, and the other person goes for it. Fair enough. Vaesen has a great looking GM screen. Only seen the front though. No, it is a cracky. It's that the person in the water, right? Yeah. It has all the stuff on the back side of it. Like those. Literally, it looks quite a lot of like these, but long. It'll have the critical injuries tables and stuff, and maybe the skills linked up there as well. And then there's services and establishments as well, like the types of activities that can help. Oh, watch a play. Self-flagellation. Maybe not. How funny. And then we've got equipment. We don't really need to look at equipment. We vaguely know what it is. You can get armor and stuff, so that will give you probably protection value. Then the number of dice you must subtract from agility tests. Yeah. Fair enough. There you go. Yeah. So adds it to your top, so they have to go through that first before you get hit with conditions, but then you have to take stuff out of your agility pool, which makes sense. Stuff for cover as well. There you go. It's stuff and the equipment you can get. A book collection. Guard dog. Oh yeah, yes, you get dog. Weak horse, also strong horse. I like it at the bottom there. It says weak poison, strong poison, extremely strong poison. And I see here, yeah, it's got the toxicity sort of rating, so yeah, they have to do a roll against that as well. If you have time, oh, well done, Nightbot. How did you do that? If you have time, I think there's a section describing the parts of adventure for creating a story. Yeah, I think I might move on to that. You're a good shout, Blues Cat. I will have a look-see. Service and establishments, yeah. Because I wanted to see. Oh, we've got some melee weapons as well. Yeah, because I do want to. Oh wow, what a great image. Yeah, I think I'll spend another half an hour. It's just because I'm very aware that I've been talking for 3 hours, which is great. Yeah, the history and stuff like that. So yeah, I want to look at a little bit of the Vaesen images just in general. But yeah, let's look at the GM's guide, particularly for this, because I think you're right. It's slightly different to other GM's advice. It's a shame, because I did want to look at the society and headquarters stuff, but that is a lot of lore stuff which you could look at in your own time. It's well worth reading, by the way. I'm very glad I did check it out and read it. The Order of Artemis and all that sort of thing. I'll just quickly move on. Don't look. And yeah, we didn't even look at the campaign stuff. Sorry, not the campaign stuff. The headquarters and what you can do with that. Like, you get facility stuff like you can build them and upgrades, like the butterfly house, the carp pond. Sounds great. But again, maybe at some point we should do like Blades in the Dark and look at the actual like lair stuff that we can do there. And you got contacts as well, all good stuff. But you can see, like, it was zoomed out like this. Like, how much easier is this to read than what I was reading? The Hunter the Vigil was quite intense, small writing. I mean, it's still fairly small writing, but it's at least broken up. There's like clearly someone's gone and paragraph. Love this image. And then obviously Mythic North. What a great map! It is a beautiful map. I know that in Mythic Britain and Ireland you can get the maps as well, which would be great. I'm a big fan. I hope when I eventually move into my own place, I would be able to put, because I've got so many maps, I want to frame them, put them up everywhere. All the different games I have. Completely useless to anyone, but so pretty. All right, let's have a look. See, like, yeah. So they have like a towns map for Uppsala, which is, I love that, and they've got that. Yeah, and the same thing they have that for a couple of the adventures as well. I seem to remember. The winters, the seasons of change. Vaesen. So let's take a look at player characters using magic. Well, again, we'll come to another time for that. Rules for Vaesen. So let's look. I want to look at each entry in the Vaesen sort of book. They'll have a little bit of text and then a gorgeous image of them with secrets, which is great. That's the Brook Horse. That's what you were talking about before, huh? Let's have a read of the Brook Horse then. The Brook Horse is a magnificent stallion, white, dapple grey, black or shimmering blue in the moonlight. It is a predator with razor-sharp teeth that lurks in brooks and lakes. Its greatest wish is to lead children or careless farmers into a drowning swamp. Oh no. Or take them on a mad ride away from the region. It usually seems calm and friendly as it tries to present itself as a normal horse. Oh, Clopsy. Strolling along a shore or a gurgling brook. It wants to lure curious humans on its back and grow large to make room for several riders. Having survived the prank of a brook horse, the last thing one hears before it vanishes is a sly, neighing laughter. How cool is that? And look at that image. Absolutely cracking. So yeah, you've got the might of it. These are sort of the stats you get from it. Fear as well. And the different types of magic, the combat, and the types of conflict. This is the important thing, I think, is that where, like, seedlings of where you would put this sort of character, you know, that encounter stuff. That's the thing that D&D doesn't really do. It sort of describes where you would put. It describes, like, where you might find them, like mountains or in caves and stuff. It rarely does like here's where you'd find this. That's more that comes in random tables, right? So here we've got an example of in his stable, a farmer named Jan keeps a particularly beautiful stallion that he never bothers to groom. With bridle and plough, he would plough any field for a pretty penny. The stallion is in fact a brook horse bound by steel, but at night the farmer butchers chickens and cattle stolen from neighbouring farms to feed the mysterious horse. Ooh, Jan. A jet black stallion with shimmering blue mane roams the dark marshes of the Dale Kala forests, attacking cattle and leading local children astray. Several youngsters have gone missing lately, but now a drowned body has been found in the Osterdale River by the windmill in Vasa. And a spiteful brook horse is attracting starving paupers, farmers and vagrants in the area along the Jusnan River. It lures its victims and takes them on mad rides through forests and fields before throwing them off somewhere far away from their home parish. It is said that lone, confused wanderers all have the same tale to tell. Oh no, I want to look at the image. Damn it. Oh, spooky, huh? It's terribly scary. It's free, but it's 8, by the way. Yeah, no, thank you. No, I appreciate it. It's just more, I don't want people to be bored. Well, I'm just like, we'll get it. What? And the secrets. This is the thing that, again, what people would find out about how to stop the creature or help bind it somewhere. So steel, like that of a bridle, binds the brook horse to a temporary obedience. Exclaiming cross or cross of Christ makes it temporarily disappear with a chilling neigh. And here are the conditions. So it has unique conditions for it. So Depending on the damage, it becomes angry, +1. Wild and reckless. Tired, frightened, broken. It turns into slushy water and underwater plants and re-emerges in the nearest watercourse after D6 hours. Oh, terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I'm not bored. It's really fun. Oh, that's very kind of you to say. Very kind of you to say. And then you've got some, brook ride. The rider is taken on a mad ride to the nearest watercourse and must pass a force test against the body control without jumping off, to jump off without taking damage. And there's the damage there. See, that's all in the same range. You have to be in the same zone for it. Ooh, it says here, a player character dragged into a watercourse as a result of a brook ride takes 2 damage per turn. Extra successes increase the damage. Ooh, brutal. Oh, there you go. A brook horse can be banished by riding across a ploughed field in the form of a circular sun cross, or leading it to a stable where 6 Christian symbols have been carved. 1 on each wall, 1 on the floor, and 1 on the ceiling. Oh, nice. But again, that's just one example of what a ritual could be. Like, that's obviously what the folklore stories have said. But if your players come up with something just at the last minute, I would be more flexible to be like, oh, that's really cool. I'll do a rule of cool of it for sure. Yeah, and then you got the Church Grim, which is massive, by the way. Because I was like, oh, it's a little kitty cat. It's a massive kitty cat. We've got a fairy. Who look great. They remind me of, oh, what are they called? They're in Dark Crystal. Can't remember, but they remind me of the Dark Crystal creatures, the good ones, not the evil vulture ones. I got ghosts. Like, how terrifying is that image? Brilliant. I love it. I mean, artwork is great. Yeah. Lindworm. See, I have an image of a Lindworm from the Sleepaway RPG, which doesn't look like that. It just wears the skin of your best friend, which is also terrifying. Oh, mare. I wonder, maybe the Nook Larvae is in the British one that I'm thinking of. That mermaid one is gorgeous, though. That I would love to have as a like a sticker or something. You know what? That's the sort of thing I can imagine being an amazing tattoo on a sleeve. Like any of this, to be honest, would be amazing tattoos on sleeves. I'm not a tattoo person, though. Children of Terrifying. What's this one called? Mindling. Spirit of a child murdered by its mother. Often because it was born out of wedlock, or because there was no society net for those too poor to care for their children. Ugh, how sad, huh? Skeksis? No, I'm not Gelflings, that's the one. Gelflings, yeah. Gelflings is the one, not the Skeksis. Yeah, you're right, Blues Cat. What a twist, though, if it was about the Skeksis. Skeksis, sorry. Ah, the neck. This is the one you were talking about. Yes, I have a poster of this guy that Hamilton got me. And it doesn't have anything. It doesn't say, like, Vaesen, or Vaesen the RPG or anything like that. I'm just like going like, it's just him on the rock. Let's read about this guy. So, the Neck is a musician living in rivers, brooks, and lakes. He takes the shape of a man, young or old, often with some peculiar characteristics. Cloven hooves, a third eye in the middle of his forehead, or frog's eyes. Oh, that sounds terrifying, those frog eyes. The Neck plays the fiddle, the flute, and the harp. His melodies are beautiful, melodic, and captivating. Those who listen to his tunes cannot stop... I have my thing. There it is. Sorry, my computer was about to turn off. Cannot stop dancing. The Neck lures people into the water and drowns them. Some say he is lonely, and that he draws people into his underwater realm to enjoy their company, forgetting that humans cannot live without air. Sometimes, perhaps he is just wicked. There is only one Neck, and he has no other name. He can be found all over Scandinavia, occasionally at the same time, but it's all the same creature. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool to have, like, there's different aspects of him. The Neck can teach people to play magic melodies if he's given a black cat in return. Sometimes those who play his music are unable to stop, causing people, tables, and chairs to dance until their bodies and table legs are worn down to bloody stumps, and the musician herself has lost her fingers. The music only stops when the strings of the instrument is cut. Very cool. If you want to see some really good early 20th century Swedish folklore art, check out John Bauer. Okay, cool. I will. Do you have? Is there a? Does he have like a? Oh, sorry. Do they have any like books? You know, like how Johan has like a. Has this? Does he have any like art books? Oh, sorry. Do they have any art books that would be cool to look at? So what have we got in terms of we've got magical powers. The ritual. The neck is sensitive to Christian symbols and steel, aren't they all? He's been prevented from using his magic by sticking a knife in the ground when talking to him. Oh yes, that's such a cool action. He hates places where the cross has been painted. The neck can be banished by luring him to a place where he is completely surrounded by Christian symbols and steels. For the neck to be affected by a knife in the ground, it must first be used to cut the neck of, the strings of a lute or a fiddle. When the neck is blocked by Christian symbols or steels, he may still gain enough power to pass if he hears people singing or playing music with gusto. I love that. That's so cool. I love that also that thing about having to cut strings of a lute or a fiddle first to break the music. That's the power it has. How cool is that? The people have let themselves be spellbound by the music of the neck. They dance, whistle, play, and sing. In return, the villagers have received treasures from his underwater realm. Also, this is quite an interesting one because it said about maybe this character is lonely. That could play into it quite well as well. That it's not evil what they're doing or mischievous. It's just that he's lonely. A strange young man has been admitted to the asylum. He has managed to keep his flute hidden from the guards and is holding nighttime dances, ending in wild orgies. Oh, content warning. Several patients have killed themselves. The ghosts of Danish and Swedish soldiers are haunting the small village of Hastad. In the southern Sweden. It is said that the neck has brought them to life to punish villagers for not letting them play at a wedding. Ooh. I also love it. I don't know if it comes up. It comes up a little bit. On this, you can see just a gentle outline of like the blue, just making him stand out against the dark background, and it looks absolutely cracking. You can really see it. Like you can see it on the hand a little bit there. It just stands out a little bit. It's just an old artist. I think he did commissions, etc. But since it's about 100 years old, there are plenty of books about John Bauer's art. Okay, cool. Sorry, I thought you thought it was like a, you know, when you said early 20th century art, I should have realised, yeah, what you meant by that. Cool. I'll check that out. Thank you for that, Eliska. Appreciate it. All right. So we've had a look at a couple of the Vaesen in a little bit of detail. Oh, there's Anissa. But let's look at the request for. Oh, look at that sea serpent. But let's look at the Game Master's Advice section, shall we? We've got 21. Oh, how cool. A little hat. But let's look at the Game Master's Advice section on this as well. We got a request for that Will-o'-the-Wisps. Oh, that is awful. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. A woodwife. Look at the legs. So cool. And then non-player characters, great, witches and wizards. So again, they're coming up with those human NPCs and maybe antagonists, animals as well. And then creating a Vaesen there, that's cool. There you go. Ah, the knocker there, that's it. So yeah, you've got a list of Vaesen from around the world. So that's quite cool. Again, what would be great if, again, depends on if more people are going to play Vaesen. Which they might do because Alchemy, the VTTs, just recently got Vaesen that's come to their tabletop, so maybe we'll see actual players more, so that might increase more people around the world to play it. But maybe if there's more free league supplements in the future, we could be, you know, if we get other writers in from these places, it'd be super cool to get, you know, maybe an Eastern Europe supplement or even like an Asian supplement about Vaesen around the world. The Middle East as well would be really cool. Alright, this is it, isn't it? Alright, let me take a sip of water. Dinner has been consumed. Well, welcome back, Lo. Appreciate it. There will be a test afterwards. I hope you were paying attention. Right, so the final bit we're going to quickly look at is the mystery. So this chapter to how to create and game master mysteries in and run mysteries in Vaesen. The first part of the text focuses on the components of the mystery and explains how to lay the groundwork by choosing one or more Vaesen and coming up with conflicts that have triggered the events at the centre of the story. You must consider what clues the player characters will need in order to solve the mystery, how they can get to the location where it takes place, and what atmosphere you want the place to evoke. By defining a so-called countdown, you can give rough descriptions of events, but that step by step will exacerbate the situation, whilst player characters are trying to piece together the clues. The second part is about shaping the mystery into a text that you can use during play. It describes the phases that make up every mystery, which are always played in the same order. Okay. The text always includes tips on how to create atmospheric scenes, and the chapter ends with some suggestions on techniques you can use whilst game mastering. Sounds good. Alright. Excuse me. So described below are the basic components of a mystery. Why Vaesen will be involved, what the central conflict will be, what will happen if the other player characters do not take action. Ooh. You must also decide where the mystery takes place and what atmosphere you'd want to evoke. So, the first thing to do is decide what kind of a Vaesen the mystery is about. You can use one of the creatures described in Chapter 8 or make up one yourself. There can be multiple individuals of the same type, for example a fairy colony. Some mysteries even feature more than one type of Vaesen. But you need to figure out who your Vaesen is and make it unique. What is its name? What does it look like? What does it want? If you're reusing a Vaesen the player characters have already encountered, it's important to change certain details, but not to the extent that the creature becomes unrecognizable. Think about why you're choosing this particular Vaesen. The answers to the question will give you a sense of how the creature should be described. If you have chosen a Nissen, because you like the idea of them being immensely powerful and capable of both good and evil, it might be wise to emphasize those aspects. I'm just going to keep zooming in a little bit so I can see. At one moment, your Nissen is gentle and kind, and the next, he is evil and vengeful. The people on the farm live in constant terror of its precociousness. What is the creature's personality like? Is it shy or cocky? Vaesen are usually more fun if they are multifaceted, both humorous and serious, compassionate and ruthless. A short backstory might be useful. Go over the creature's weaknesses and describe the ritual for banishing it. What powers does the creature possess and how does it use its magic? Write down a couple of enchantments or curses it may use during the mystery. So that's what we saw in the stat blocks before, some of the powers it had, right? Every Vaesen should have a name. Since Vaesen are born out of human beliefs in them, their names are usually related to the people around them and their views on the creature. A Vaesen is believed to be the soul of the forest, might have a name related to a massive tree in the middle of the woods, whilst a Vaesen that adults tell stories about in order to frighten their children probably has a scary name. Listed below are some categories for you to use as inspiration. So we've got like plants and natural phenomena, we've got names that sound dreamy to humans, cities and factories, names in the human tongue, so like Old Father, Lord Grouchy, rude, human names like Tom, scary names like Howler, Sunderburst, and Bloodsucker. There's going to be two examples there. Probably won't read that example. We'll read this one though. Some Vaesen are more dangerous than others, but the player character's experience level does not necessarily have to match the capabilities of the creature. On their first mystery, the characters are as likely to encounter a lindworm as a vetir. For this to work, it must always be possible to fail the mystery without being killed. That's good to know. The mystery is based on conflicts. Something has gone wrong and is about to get worse. There is always a primary conflict entering around a Vaesen, and a secondary conflict between humans at the site. In some mysteries, the primary and secondary conflicts can be connected. In others, they are completely unrelated. Longer mysteries may call for more conflicts. A primary conflict involves two or more parties or people, one of which being the creature. The second party could be a human, a company, or a group, a company, a Thursday's child who's not a part of society, or another creature. Think about who these parties are. Who is the someone in the examples below? Someone wants something from the creature? Someone has taken something from the creature? Someone is exploiting the creature's powers? Someone is trying to save someone. Someone's trying to save someone else, probably, from the creature. Someone has wronged the creature. Someone wants to stop or banish the creature. Someone wants to try to become one with the creature. Someone is using rumors about the creature for his or her own purposes. Ethic podcasted a Vaesen homebrew. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. I've met the guys from the Epic podcast, so they're super fun. Secondary conflict is about intrigues, feuds, or problems going on around the location where the mystery takes place. It brings the place to life and makes sure things that are happening whilst the player characters investigate the clues of the mystery. The secondary conflict gives the NPCs that the player characters encounter a reason to be angry, or sad, or distressed, or suspicious, or unreasonable, which makes for a more dramatic story. Secondary conflicts may be going on for hundreds of years or be triggered by the arrival of the player characters. It could involve adultery, jealousy, clash between rich and poor, so okay, you got a class thing there, an infectious disease, a forbidden sect hiding from persecution by the church, or a group of maids worshipping Vaesen whilst farmhands are trying to make them go to church instead. Oh, those maids. Secondary conflict can be used to establish a link between the place and the player characters, for example involving people mentioned in the player character's dark secrets. You can also use themes from a player character's backstory. If a character's motivations is to help those in need, the conflict could revolve around a local landowner trying to evict a poor single mother. A secondary conflict does not have to be solved by the player characters. They can put it behind them once they return home. But yeah, I can imagine these two conflicts, the way they sort of interact with each other, actually being really interesting, because then if you don't solve a secondary conflict and it's still there, you might feel very guilty about it as a player character. So that sounds, or maybe you can't solve the secondary conflict because you have to solve that primary one. If you solve the secondary one, you might not be able to solve the secondary one, first one. The primary conflict has already begun when the player characters arrive and something has happened that catches their interest and prompts them to leave Uppsala and investigate the matter. This event is called the misdeed of the mystery. A misdeed could be innocent people getting hurt or possible sightings of magic. Other examples include someone's died or gone missing, has gone mad, something strange has happened, something or someone has changed or changed place. Someone has performed strange rituals or magic. Someone has been enslaved. Or someone has fallen ill. If you have not already decided where the mystery should take place, this is the time to do it. Look at the map of Scandinavia and think about an exciting setting for your Vaesen to inhabit. It could be set in the slums of a city, high in the mountains, on an island, or in an abandoned castle. Give the place a name and description. Perhaps the mystery takes place on a train. Oh yeah, reminds me of when I watched Demon Slayer and they had a whole series set on the train. That was really interesting. Very Snowpiercer-esque, I guess. Ask yourself questions about the location and try to answer them. What does it look like? What time of year is it? What grows in this climate? What are those? What are the landmarks of the region? Is it set high in the mountains or deep woods? By creating conflicts, you have already started populating the place. Name and describe the NPCs. A single word can be enough. Consider whether you need to come up with another person or two. One way to keep track of NPCs is to create a flowchart with all the people in the creature. Draw lines between the individuals where you describe the relationship to one another. It's not really a flowchart, it's more of a... what's the word? More of a graph, right? No, it's I'm thinking of like the corkboard connection things that you see in murder mysteries. If the ritual for banishing a creature requires certain items, these must be available at the location. Absolutely. You also need to think about where to place clues about the creature and the ritual. Perhaps one of the villagers is a collector of occult books. Oh, that is super convenient. I love a train arc. Yes, absolutely. Murder on the Orient Express. More like Vaesen on the Orient Express. 100% Blues Cat. That would be amazing. Atmosphere. So it's your responsibility to help the players create mental images of what is happening by describing what their characters are seeing, smelling, tasting, hearing, and feeling. The descriptions should be short and concise. Prepare by writing down some notes to help you create atmospheric descriptions during play, or a short text you can read when the player characters arrive at a location. When creating atmosphere, you can switch between describing details and providing an overview. It's good to establish a recurring theme, for example, decay, mould, and rotting food. Use the seasons and weathers. Dictometry. Oh god, I can't say that word at all. Yeah, I know what it means. People and places are either orderly, conservative, or uptight. You know, like certain themes. I get that. Yeah, I should get into the habit of actually writing like proper descriptions. So I definitely rely quite heavily on what the book says and never really tailor it unless I need to. I'm pretty bad at doing that. I'll zoom out a little bit. Examples of atmospheres. So let's have a quick look at this. What have we got? Ooh, will it zoom in? Of course it will not. Yeah. Let's go. Sheep and wool clothing there. The sea can be seen everywhere. You know what? So because I just saw we were talking about like trains. There's that bit in Spirited Away where there's a train in the water. That would be quite cool to see. Just because of that line, the sea can be seen everywhere. I'm thinking gremlins sitting outside the window destroying the train. Oh yeah, that's that Twilight Zone episode, isn't there? Where, what's he called? The guy that plays Kirk, James T. Kirk. It's gonna William Shatner. Whoa, my brain is went now. Where William Shatner's in an episode of the Twilight Zone, and he looks out of the window and he sees something attacking the engine. And it was recreated in one of the Simpsons' Treehouse of Horrors. I seem to remember. Bart sees something outside of the window. Yep, on a plane. Yeah, exactly. Weddings, love, sexuality, and pagan wedding traditions. Yep. Midsummer all over. Alright. Clues. The player characters will need clues to figure out what has happened and what they must do to defeat the creature. If the players fail to connect the dots, you must come up with more clues as you play. It is your responsibility to make sure that the story does not come to a halt. Clues are described as either central or peripheral to the plot. Oh, interesting. Central clues are vital for solving the mystery. Peripheral clues provide more information about what is happening in the area and add depth to the story, but they are not required in order to perform the ritual or banish the creature. Also, that's more like contextual clues. All clues related to the secondary conflict are peripheral. As player characters do not necessarily have to resolve a secondary conflict to finish the mystery. Make a list of what information the player character must be able to access and divide it into central and peripheral clues. Clues should be located in various places. See below of the location. You can also place clues in Uppsala so the player characters can start investigating the mystery even before leaving the city. That's when they do their downtime. Central clues should be repeated in at least 2 different places so that the player characters who miss them in one place can still get them. Yeah. The characters should preferably be able to obtain the central clues without having to rely on dice rolls, as failure risks grinding the story to a halt. Make sure that the characters gain the clue if they look in the right place or talk to the right person. On the other hand, finding a peripheral clue may require a successful roll or 2, since the story can progress without them. It's like seeing a what's that in Baldur's Gate when someone finally gets a perception check right. Player characters, for example, might have to pass a skill test to persuade an NPC to reveal her secret, or to find a secret compartment hiding a journal. Peripheral clues can be misleading and contradictory, or conveyed through symbols and images, making them more difficult for the players to interpret, whilst at the same time adding atmosphere and mystique to the story. So, ooh, and we've got questions there as well. That's really interesting. Let's look at them. So, central clues. They may answer the following types of questions: what kind of Vaesen is it? How can it be killed or be banished? How can it be found or lured? And where does one find the requisites for the ritual? And then the peripheral clues are like, what is in the background? What is the creature's background? What has happened here? So it's like, what's the moment before we arrive? Yeah. What will happen unless we act? Whose fault is it, really? What is the history of this place? A clue can provide a whole answer to a question or merely a part of it. It can be for fun for the players to piece together the clues in order to see a bigger picture. I can imagine, because I know there is handouts that you can get for the scenarios, certainly for the Dreamers of Dance one in this book. I love having physical stuff to give out to players if we're playing in person, or send it to them in a text. I just find that's more fun, so they can read. It feels real, as if they found it, rather than me reading it out to them. So yeah, this part is, I think, very difficult for less experienced GMs, but hey, not all games are for everyone else. Same with Blade Runner, I guess. I see what you mean, Blues Cat. I think what would be helpful, right? I think straight away, before we continue with the countdown stuff. So obviously it's going through the certain parts, right? So obviously we've had this layout. If I go back to, right, it talks about like, this obviously describes what the chapter is, so this is very helpful because I read that through. What we need is like one of those little diagrams that goes, okay, we need to first start off, you need to first of all pick your Vaesen, pick Vaesen, name it, blah, blah, answer questions around it. And then conflicts, like the two conflicts go from there. And then, whoops, she says, the misty, so what's the act, the inciting incident, have that as a step. So having the steps through, just to have that obviously so that you know what the next step is, because I think that's very hard to see as you're reading this. But then I think, and the same with the atmosphere, but yes, I think the clues bits is quite hard actually to differentiate, and I'm still quite bad at it as well. When someone rolls insight or something, I definitely give them a lot more information than is possible, but I think it's tricky because sometimes I think players really struggle if they're not used to puzzles or mysteries. And I know this is the whole point of this game, is it's more mysteries than combat or violence. I think, let's face it, I think you need like four, I'm just trying to think. I think peripheral clues maybe you can have a few of, but you need more central clues. I think if you're starting off, you need more central clues than peripheral clues, perhaps, just to start off. So maybe you need 5 to 7 central clues, and then maybe 3 to 5 peripheral clues, which are about the context around it. Like, whose fault is it really? That could be, we could never find out who that is, for example. So I think the questions are good, but I think what would be good, and I know that we're going to have it on those final couple of tables, is those random rolls or suggestions for things, which is the whole point of the scenarios, right? But I agree. I think coming up with good clues is hard. One thing that the Between does in the, I know I always go back to the Between and Brindlewood Bay. So what happens is that they'll have a list, they'll have the mystery, who's died, etc. Here's the number of suspects, etc. But there's no murderer, there's no nothing, because every time you play it could be somebody different. But then when you roll and you find a clue, there's a list of clues like a bloody pillow, rat poison, a misguided will, or undiscovered will, and the GM picks the which clue, and then describes what they found, and that's a really cool way, because then you can just pick out randomly what it is. And to be fair, in the Between and Brindlewood, it's up to the players then to be like, how incorporate all these clues into how they solve the mystery. So for example, if they've got like a will and I don't know, a missing dog and this, and they'd be like, well, the missing dog is actually was going to benefit from the will completely, so it's actually been held hostage. And then someone could be like, oh no, the dog has run off because actually it's been held at it's been actually the neighbour's dog, so there's different ways to solve things. Maybe that's what we need to do here, is actually, rather than being like, how does this fit into the story, you just have a list of random prompts and clues that you improv into it. But then again, that could even be worse for a non-experienced GM. To be fair, it's just me thinking like, because I can imagine it being difficult, but I could just be like, here's some random clues, and then it's up to the players to make sense of it. But I guess with this, because it's more of a structured mystery, like you have you've already set up the conflicts and stuff. I don't know. It can also be hard for GMs to predict how players will react and how to steer them in a way that doesn't seem railroady if they're not experienced in mystery games. It's also important to keep the players together. Absolutely. I think it's also so tricky, the railroady things. What I find with the railroady stuff is actually it's more when the players don't know what to do rather than they're doing too much stuff. I think it's when they're nervous and they don't know what to do, and then I try and nail it down to like 2 paths, right? Like you can either go talk to people in the village before the dance tonight, or you could go out into the fields because you heard rumors of this, that, and the other. You know, I would, and then if they go, I'd actually want to go talk to the mayor actually specifically. I'm like, right, we can go do that. Yeah, I'm not too, yeah, absolutely. Railroad is good, says Chloe. Too much sandbox and everything takes forever. Absolutely, no, I agree with that. But yeah, it's so tricky. 'Cause I say this as someone now who is fairly experienced running role-playing games, in the sense of I'm just very good at just going with the flow, so to speak, eh? And just letting, because that's more interesting, and that's because I'm an improviser and stuff. But I completely agree. If you're brand new to something, it can be quite nerve-wracking. But then again, you do get like an adventure in this one, and I can imagine you changing a little bit of it, and then the other adventures are pretty good as well. But I think coming up with your own, I definitely see what you mean. It's not really first of all, there's not the clear structure as it was, and I think determining what's a central clue and a peripheral clue could be quite difficult. And I think I would actually find it quite difficult as well, thinking about it. So it'd be a good point. It would be good if they had more examples. And I bet they're going to show that on the next page as soon as I poke it up. There you go. I was about to say, what they're going to show as examples. So yeah, I guess you could have a whole list of stuff like this. You could just even take this list, right? And then when someone rolls something, you go, is it something that's important? You could just arbitrarily decide, and you're like, oh yes, you definitely see footprints or paw prints in the snow or something like that. Props. Oh, hello. A good way to create atmosphere is to present clues in the form of objects you have created. That's what I was just saying. If the players were meant to receive a letter, you could prepare a letter that looks like it came from the game world and hand it to them when appropriate. This can be done with anything from train tickets to containers with strange chemicals, be careful of that, a boot left behind at the crime scene, or a puzzle the players must solve in order to gain certain information. These objects that are physically used at the table are called props. I know Critical Role, when they first did their Call of Cthulhu, they had loads of props at the table. I think it took away from the entertainment aspect of it. It would have been really, I can imagine it'd be really fun at an actual gaming table, like to be like, here is a puzzle box, you must solve it. Now I sit back and have a drink. I say this as someone who is notoriously derailing games. Oh, I can imagine Chloe. Yes, and it could be good to have several outs for different outcomes. Not depending on players to speak to a specific character at a specific time to move things along forward, etc. 100% Blue Sky. Yeah, you can get that information anywhere. It's not that you have to talk to the mayor to get the story about the council vote that went against him. Yeah, there's more than one way to get through a locked door. Alright, countdown to catastrophe. Think about how the situation will deteriorate step by step during the course of play. Unless the player characters can find a way to prevent it, it will eventually lead to a catastrophe. The steps leading up to the catastrophe form a countdown. The countdown helps advance the story and makes the situation increasingly desperate and dramatic. It should progress one step at a time when the pace around the game table is getting too slow, when the players do not know what to do, or when you think you are nearing the end of the mystery. Use what is written in the countdown to set a scene. The player characters can be affected by what is happening, be around when it affects someone else, or you can set a scene where they hear about what has happened. The mystery can have one countdown for the primary conflict and another for the secondary conflict. These sound like countdown clocks, don't they? These sound like doom clocks from Shiver. or doom calendars even. Sometimes it's a countdown for the way the creature attacks the players. The closer they are getting to the truth about how it performs the ritual, the more ferocious it will be. The countdown will consist of 3 steps. Each step should follow naturally from the one before, preferably connected to the misdeed. That is, the event that made the player character come to the location. Catastrophe should be an extension of the countdown. What happens if nothing is done? So this could be the flow diagram aspect they were talking about before. The first event of the countdown could be something that happens far away from the character players, which doesn't seem very dangerous. Gradually, the events come closer and closer to the characters and become increasingly threatening. In the first step, a stranger dies in the village. The second step brings the death of someone the player characters have gotten to know at the inn. And the third step is the player characters are attacked. The catastrophe is that the sister whom the player characters came to protect is killed. Oh, I see. That's like the final bit. The creature's magic should also become increasingly powerful with every step, and its effects should be felt more acutely by the player characters. First, see, and they've got examples here. That's pretty. Oh, that should be 100% at the beginning. The mystery step by step, honestly. Oh, I see. They've got the structure of the mystery there. Oh, yeah, because it's completely different to what I was talking about. Yeah. A strange fog descends on the village. Then a player's character food turns to worms. Disgusting. The first step is at the inn, where they're saying is set ablaze by magical fire. I mean, that feels like a bit of a jump. That the food turns to worms, and then you're next to like, God, it's a bit warm in here. Oh, oh no. So, fair enough. But here we got an example of a countdown and a catastrophe as well. So the 3 steps and a catastrophe. That's quite good. Oh no. I could already see. I was like, I'm not going to read that out because I was reading what that said. I was like, I won't read that out. But you get the idea. The structure of the mystery. After laying the foundations of the mystery, it is time to structure it into a script that you can use whilst playing. The mystery is played in phases, which are the same in every mystery. Player characters receive their mission, make preparations, travel to the location, and attempt to solve the mystery. Finally, they return home to lick their wounds. I feel fire after worms is a lot. Oh ho, countdowns are my favourite. Yes, I agree, Chloe. This seems a bit like the polar opposite of Forbidden Lands, which is a total sandbox and tables for random encounters, at least at first glance. Absolutely. I will admit I've not got Forbidden Lands as the full book, but I do have the quick start. At some point I should look that through as well, because it's on the list. As is Mutant Year Zero and what was the other? Coriolis I've not looked at either. So let's see if I go up here. Whoop. So we're going to look at the mystery step by step. So there's a good sort of reference. We got a prologue. They have a little scene about their daily lives, which is always I always like that as a way to get people into the story. It's like, what are you doing? You know, you get the invitation to the mystery. You got preparations, so you prepare at the headquarters, and then you go on the journey to the location, and that's where you gain the advantage. You arrive at the location. There are several places you can go, often 3, to search for clues. And eventually you have the confrontation with the creature or humans behind the conflict, and then the aftermath of it, where they gain experience and find out whether their defects and insights become permanent. But it says here, it could be perfectly reasonable to skip a step or 2 or roleplay freely for a while. So yeah, I guess this is the structure of the mystery, but you don't have to be like, and now we go to the arrival. the sighted ones have arrived. This is perfectly alright, and something as the game master you should encourage if it suits the mystery. For example, a mystery set in Uppsala itself probably doesn't require a journey. The threat against the headquarters can be developed into a mystery without the party even leaving the castle. That's a good point. That would be a really cool mystery to run. After a couple of mysteries, the fight comes to you, and then you're trapped in your headquarters. Ooh, I like that. Use this template as a basis and ignore it when you think necessary. The player characters do not even have to face a Vaesen in every mystery. It could be a mad priest, an old curse, or enemies from within the society. An old curse could be fun. Like if you were in the headquarters and you'd picked up an artifact and you cursed one of you, very much like betrayal, right? The betrayal at the house on the hill, on the haunted house on the hill. That would be fun. So we won't read through that per se, because we've read through that, so we've got the prologue, which is fine. Can be a meeting with a lover, family dinner. Oh, a family dinner, that'd be amazing. An event at work, or meeting at the headquarters. Well, meeting at the headquarters would be fun as well. An ambitious, I'm going to read it on, sorry. An ambitious games master can try to set as many scenes with the same theme as the conflicts of the mystery. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, that sort of echoes in the night sort of thing. That'd be quite cool. I like that a lot. Oh, what a great image. And dress. Oh, we've got an example invitation there. That's quite cool. So receive an invitation that gives them reasons to go to the location and start investigating. It informs them of the misdeed and reveals directly or indirectly that something supernatural is happening. Clues may be included in the invitation. Oh, that'd be cool. And then we've got some examples here. A story told by a drunk. Words of a madman. A lost memory coming back. Ooh, I'd love that. Preparations. Before travelling to the location, the player characters have a chance to prepare. They can look for clues, build or procure equipment, or hone their skills. The mystery should contain information which the clues are available from the start in Uppsala. They don't have to be played out, but if they do, such scenes should be brief. The journey to the location is the starting point for the mystery and the game at night. The purpose is to set the mood and give the players a chance to get into character, and this journey should be kept short. We don't often have journeys like as part of the gameplay aspect. So the journey is the important. Like this, every mystery starts with the journey. I really like that. The game master summarizes and describes the journey to the players. 10 or so sentences should suffice. Perhaps the player characters are taking the train, continuing by coach, and then taking a small fishing boat. Oh, I like it. The different transportations, that'd be amazing. The atmosphere of the journey could be the same at the location or sharp contrast. As the closer they get to the destination. There's some examples. Skis, of course you can. There's mountaineering equipment. That'll be cool. A hot air balloon. Right, we're doing it. Poverty becomes increasingly evident. You can set the mood by talking about the weather and heating, people getting on and off. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, other people commuting with you. People they see along the way. Reactions to the people they pass. Music being played. Each player has an opportunity to gain an advantage during the journey. How they gain advantage should be played out in a short scene at some point along the road. They choose when and where, or what the advantage is. The player should then jot down a few words about what they've learnt, remembered, or encountered. By the way, in Swedish Forbidden Lands, it's called Song of the Sword, which I think is a cooler name. But anyway, let's get through this. No, that is a much cooler name. I really like it. This game is not complete without one of those massive bikes, with one of the bikes with a massive front wheel. Yeah. Oh yeah, a penny farthing. Sorry, I thought you meant like a motorbike or something. Yeah, a penny farthing. That would be. Yeah, that's it. You're like, okay, guys, we got to do this. Who's on the penny farthing? I'd always think that anything in a sidecar as well, perhaps. But they probably wouldn't have motorized stuff, right? Because it's yeah, they probably don't. It's all going to be like commuter stuff. Yeah, coach is what it is. It's going to be coach and horseback, not motorbikes. Yeah, 100% we'd have penny farthings. Yes, we said that. So another person heading towards the location. Information that a friend or relative is at the location. Oh, I love that as an NPC thing. That's great. Gaining a better understanding of something. A chance to improve the equipment. Opportunity to train a skill. A religious or philosophical experience. A childhood memory resurfacing. Character learning something from someone she meets. An emotional change in the relation of one of the other player characters. Great image. Love it. Oh, so cute. Alright. The arrival. When the player characters arrive at the location, the player needs some kind of overview. This can be achieved in a scene or through a brief description from the game master. This is a good time to read the flavor text and place the map on the location thing. Also, there's a little bit of structural stuff. If you're short on time, you can skip the prologue and start them as they arrive at the location. If so, you should summarize the invitation and the journey in a few sentences. Yeah, that makes sense if you're trying to do a one-shot. It kind of sucks though, because I quite like getting the whole thing for it. Whoa, look at this. This is advice for the game master. So let's go through all of these. So, if you, as a game master, want to create a story that is unpleasant and scary, there are certain things you should consider. No friends, no escape routes. The player characters, I'll zoom in a little bit, that lead a city to venture into the unknown. Make sure that they are isolated and exposed. The coach that usually passes through the town every day stops showing up. The farmer that has been helping them is found dead, missing, or changed by the creature's magic. As they enter the Revenant's cairn, the entrance closes behind them. The villagers have a strange accent or talk in an unknown language. Night after night, the characters are woken by their own screams, and the lack of sleep is driving them mad. The environment is dark, cold, and inhospitable. Rats, insects, and maggots. Nasty and unpleasant details always have a place in horror stories, though they can easily be overused or become predictable. The skin seems to slough off the villagers, hanging loosely from their bodies. The food the player characters are eating turns to worms. It's always bloody worms. The passage down the creature's burrow is filled with crickets whose intense noise envelops the characters. Festering sores and hunger, disease, death can all be useful tools. Slowly turn up the heat. Horror stories usually turn into adventure stories the moment the hero characters lay eyes on the creature. All that remains is to banish it. You should slowly turn up the heat. First, let the characters notice small signs that something is wrong, things that could be explained away. Before gradually increasing the strangeness, let the unpleasant events, places, or people become increasingly threatening. Save the encounter with the creature until the very last moment. The purpose of the countdown is to escalate the situation. Should something dramatic have happened to early on, you can use the countdown of a secondary conflict. Oh, that's quite a good shout, isn't it? Strange people and places. Make sure that there are odd people and places in mystery. A policeman follows the player characters like a lovesick child, seeming to grow younger by the day. Oh, terrifying. Children ill with fever wander naked through the streets. The church has been missing a wall for almost 20 years. The surface of the lake is covered in rotting fish. However, there must also be normal people and places to accentuate the oddities through contrast. Help the players create mental images. Horror lies in the minds of the players. Extensive and detailed descriptions of frightening things makes it harder for the player characters to create their own mental images. Implying rather than telling, revealing only some of the details rather than the whole picture, and giving false or contradictory descriptions can all stimulate the players' imaginations. Focus on one or more senses. The creature's flowery scent is reminiscent of Auntie Selma's hugs. The sound of deer being eaten alive is heard through the forest. Use similes. The ancient roar of the wood wife echoes between the trees like someone buried alive, screaming from inside the casket. Ooh. An involuntary giggle spreads through the village like a pox at a poorhouse. The werewolf's breath in the dark sounds like the bellows in a smithy. You can let players describe why they find a certain non-player character unpleasant, odd, or attractive. The players know best what is most poignant to them. However, this changes the balance between players and game masters and should be done with caution. Make it personal. Take every opportunity to make the story about the player characters' lives, either literally or symbolically. This comes back to that dark secrets thing. For example, you could let the creature attack a family member rather than some unknown NPC. Someone at the location might look a lot like a player's character's sister, or brother. There's a lot of sister stuff happening here. A theme from a dark secret might occur in the mystery, or recur in the mystery. Think about what the players find unsettling. Sometimes human evil can be more terrifying than Vaesen. That's what you were saying, Blues Cat, weren't you? And then finally, candles, music, and yellowed parchment. Create a gaming environment where the players can immerse themselves with story. Like lit candles, props from the game world, and eerie music are always helpful. Or, I guess, VTT using the alchemy stuff would be also good as well. Yeah, I forgot the name. Yeah, no worries, sir. I reckon you could put a sidecar on a penny farthing. Well, let's go, Chloe. Let's go. What did the worms ever do to you? Worms are our friends. They never argue or borrow money. That's so true. Worms are better than people. Except when you play them in the worms game. Places. So at the core of the mystery are the places a player character can visit. They should contain clues and challenges. Most mysteries feature 3 places, longer mysteries may have more, while short, introductory mysteries may only have 1 or 2. These are central to the story and the mystery. They could be 3 houses at the location, different parts of a castle, or 3 train cars. They love their trains, don't they? Oh look, they've got an example of these of the different diagrams. I like that. Great. That looks better than most PowerPoints I have to look at. The places that are areas that are central to the story and the mystery, yeah. Places can be ordinary, like a residential building or a smithy, or fantastic, like a fairy's castle on a magical island, or a meadow surrounded by supernatural fire. Places may be arranged so that the player characters must visit them in a certain order. Perhaps they go to the castle, where they find a secret entrance to the cave, blah blah. Or it could be possible to do them in any order. It may be helpful to draw a sketch about how these places are connected. Yeah, we see that here. Yeah, so you could either go from I like that. So you could start here or here, or split up the team between them, and then they all have to come back together for that, or they can just go from there, or they do it in order. All right, then we have challenges. So and these are that's sort of a subcategory of places, right? So most places come from a form of challenge. It could be something preventing the player characters from finding a clue, such as a hidden compartment or a lying NPC. Other examples are creatures or humans attacking the player characters, or dangerous, frightening magic. Challenges can also be circumstances that make it difficult in certain places. For example, an earthquake or an ongoing dispute between NPCs. Use the primary and secondary conflicts to come up with a challenge. And then clues. Each place can contain one clue or more. Clues of key importance should be available in several places, so that's what I discussed before. A library. That's because I can say a library there. A place can contain clues about how to get to other places. For example, the player characters might investigate a murder at a school and find a note containing the address of a shoemaker. I'm getting up here. And at the shoemaker's home, the NPC reveals that the priest was talking about killing the victim, which makes the player character pay a visit to the parsonage. Very good. Ideally, there should be some form of library or book collection at the location, where the player characters can gain new clues or confirm suspicions. 100% I would have some sort of book van then. That would be quite fun. The mystery and its people and places is to be used as a map with a marked path. Player characters may either follow the path or ignore it to visit other places and people and gather clues in ways that are not described. So it does sound like you can't improv places per se, that you have to have certain set places in mind, or certain places in mind for them to go to. If they go, oh, actually I want to go down to the tavern after all, that's not been mentioned, you're like, alright, so maybe you have to think about that a little bit. Or do what you do in D&D, is you take one location, you just plop it on another, so they still get the information. Uppsala is a university town, so plenty of books around. Absolutely. It wouldn't be a tabletop RPG without a flowchart. Absolutely. It's also using she for players. I see that a lot, and I think it's countered a huge problem that uses things as a he as a default. I think it's kind of useless when they exist, though. It would be a tabletop, yeah. Meaning pronouns. Yeah, so it's been quite good. I'd say as well, I noticed in other RPGs recently that they do use she as the predominant pronoun for either like game master or players and stuff. It happened. Yeah, sorry, I keep going to the book that's not on stream. The Hunter the Vigil. It uses she a lot in that, and it's great. I don't mind that. I don't mind it. I think that's really good, and I think what would be good, perhaps, is making a note of it. You know, you don't need to signpost it for everything, but like having a thing going. So during this book, when we're talking about the game master, we use the she pronouns. When we talk about player characters, we use they, and then maybe you could even, I mean, depends on how far you want to go with it, but like maybe you want to use ze and zij and all that sort of thing as well, like different pronouns as well. Wanderhome does that with their sort of play examples. Just to maybe just have a primer about it, just to bring focus to that as well, because I completely agree. It happened in, when did I first see it? I saw it in I think I saw it in the Doctor Who RPG. It made a big note about that, which I thought was interesting. Yeah. Confrontation. So this is like the final scene of the mystery. Sorry. It describes a place or an event where the player characters encounter the creature. The game master should avoid confrontations where failure automatically leads to player character's death. If they fail the confrontation, the player characters get a second chance to banish the creature, although sometimes it is too late. They have no choice but to return to Uppsala with their tails between their legs. Like everything else in the mystery, the confrontation is a suggestion regarding what may happen as you play. The mystery doesn't have to end as it is written. Confrontation is a tool for driving the story towards one of multiple possible endings. And then the aftermath. So the player characters return to their home in Uppsala. Back at the headquarters, they gain experience points and find out whether any defects or insights have become permanent. You answer the questions to determine the number of experience points. For each positive answer, you gain 1 experience point. If it's solved after multiple sessions, they gain experience points at the end of each session. That's good to know. When player characters have 5, they can make an advance, which is usually either increasing a skill by 1 step or buying a talent. So you never increase the attribute. How interesting. You can buy any talent you like. When the mystery is over, you can change your motivation, dark secret, or relation to the other character. Oh, that's cool as well. So that's not it's a nice flavoursome. And then we have some mystery tables. So yeah, so we could do something like that. Maybe we should do one of these streams at some point. We'll maybe take some of these mystery tables and then come up with our own little adventure or scenario. That could be quite fun. Not just for Vaesen, but for other games we've looked at as well. And the reason, and we could look at all the different Vaesen as well, and state of mind. That was the cool thing about. I know we don't mention D&D on this channel, but and I appreciate Big B's The Glory of the Giants. Whilst it is a good book, it does use AI art, so it's really like. But one of the free products I did do on D&D Beyond was like the Star Forge. And they created an adventure. And they said, we've created this adventure using all the random tables in the book, and this is where you can. And so it showed they're working out about how they created this adventure. And I thought that was excellent. Like that, what a great way to show how to use these tables and stuff. It's just a shame. It's just a shame that it used AI art. So you got names for non-player characters. You got meetings. And then a campaign, what you want to do with that, and also talk about that introductory character to the society as well. Interesting locations. Oh, that was quite good. I like that. Game master techniques. We'll look at this and then we'll call it a quits because it is. Whoa, it's past 9. Oh no. So, wait and listen. To create great stories, you must listen carefully to what the players are saying about their characters, both during character creation and during play. Pay attention to details and use them when creating and game mastering mysteries. Let NPCs, places, and other things the players have invented appear in play. Yeah, I have the starter set, so it makes me incredibly happy to see that out of the pre-gens that only one of them is a straight man. So that's the Doctor Who one, yeah. A narrative character. Yeah. Exactly. If a player has established that her character was raised by a now senile Uncle Carl, the uncle could happen to be at the location of the mystery and suffer the fury of a myling. Oh no, not the small children. Oh god. Also, give yourself time to describe the details and creatures and create atmosphere. Slow things down. That's always my note. I need to slow things down anyway. Assess the situation. Don't be afraid of silence. Think about what details you yourself have created in the game world and use them in the same way as the player's material. There are many ways to create entertaining puzzles and riddles for players. For example, the mystery could involve a text written in code. Whilst that sounds fun, I don't think I have the capacity mentally to actually create a code. I'll have to borrow one from the internet. A song that exposes the creature. That's the other. I like that idea. I would never force any of my players to sing, just because I know not everyone is comfortable singing. I don't mind doing it, but it is. I'm just very aware that it's a song. You have to perform it. You just got to be a bit careful, haven't you? Pieces of a puzzle which together form a map that shows the route the creature's there. Oh, that's brought back a proper core memory. We did a D&D game where we got images, like a painted image or something like that our friend Sam had done, and then he took the image, like we were looking at it, studying it, and at the end he tore it, and I probably went, I was so upset because I was like, what are you doing? That was our piece of information. It was a very powerful thing to do that. Which together forms the map that shows the route to the creature's lair, or perhaps the player characters, and therefore the players must answer 3 riddles in order to banish the creature. I love riddles, and it's so stressful. Non-player characters. In order to create friction and conflicts between player characters and non-NPCs, all major NPCs should either want to help the player characters, try to obtain their assistance, or work against them. If the player characters are trying to expose a troll, always, where there might be one NPC who needs the troll to remain hidden, another who is affected by its magic, and a third who tries to help the player characters drive the troll away, but in a way that would be disastrous for the village. What the NPC wants may be linked to a player character's dark secret, background, or personality. A player character tormented by feelings of ugliness could meet an NPC with the same problem, who has altered her appearance by supernatural means. Ooh, that could be interesting. That reminds me of that Cabinet of Curiosities series that was on Netflix. There was a episode about the lady who used cream and basically just created a brand new body for herself. It was a really great episode. Dark secrets in play. Ask the players questions about their dark secrets and find out what makes each secret interesting to the player. The secret might come up into play having the people from the player's past show up at the location. You can also use the secret's theme to portray the conflict. Provide the location with things that might activate the player character's dark secret. If she's an alcoholic, for example, there could be an inn famous for its beer. Yeah, again, lines and boundaries, lines and veils, boundaries, etc., etc. I don't need to repeat myself on that. It can be fun to let the first clues point in one direction and then later introduce a clue that shows the truth to be very different. This could be one of the steps in the countdown or a seemingly random clue at one of the mystery locations. That is quite fun. The twist could be that the werewolf who has terrorized the village did so to protect the people, or that the player character's mission giver turned out to be a Vaesen, or that the ghost who has not only possessed the patient the player characters are chasing, but controls the entire asylum. Oh, terrifying. Aside from maps of Scandinavia and the location, you should also draw maps of the various places you expect the characters to explore. True. I think the only thing I have with maps is that people get very excited to be like, oh, it's a battle map. But one comment I saw recently was like, if you show maps every time you're at a location, people might not expect it to be a battle. I was like, oh, that's very true. So, dreams and supernatural experiences. Most mysteries benefit from the player characters having supernatural experiences and strange dreams. These could occur on the way to the location or whilst investigating clues. Such experiences might cause a creature's magic or occur because of those with the sight have heightened sensibility to the sublime. Let's see what it says on this side. So there's more fairy tale themes there. We don't have to read it yet. I can see 3s and 7s. They always come up in everything. Destinies and curses and stuff and rules. I will say, I appreciate this doesn't apply to everyone who's going to watch this or is watching now. The fantasy exhibition at the British Library just now has a load on fairy tales and folklore just now, and it's really good. Would recommend. And then we've got dreams can give hints. Beautiful image, isn't it? Looks like leaves. Dreams can give vague hints about what the creature is and what it wants, and visions can provide clues to what the conflict is really about. For example, the letters on the sign outside the inn might be rearranged to form the words "unholy death," and then in the blink of an eye, the sign returns to normal. False leads. For longer adventures, it could be interesting to add one or more false leads. These are clues leading in the wrong direction. Maybe there is another creature in the same location. This creature has nothing to do with what is happening. It might even be an enemy of the creature the player characters are fighting. Ooh. If you want the adventure to resemble a classic detective story, then you must let there be multiple suspects. They're all odd in different ways, but only one of them is a Vaesen in the guise of a human. The player characters must figure out who it is by gathering and interpreting clues. Ooh, yeah, so almost like you could even do a glass onion type thing, couldn't you? That would be fun. When the player characters have become more experienced, you can add false clues about how to banish the creatures. Ooh, red herrings then, huh? Or information pointing to the different direction. Player characters must decide which ritual to perform, but keep in mind that false clues risk making it impossible for the player characters to succeed, which may cause the players to lose confidence in you and the game. Very true. Very, very true. I very rarely make up puzzles, but I will always sing. Could have a sign that says "Don't feed the trolls." Very true, Blues Cat. The 19th century did have a lot of alcoholics, though. Yeah, very, very true. I'm just very aware. Again, it's that lines and veils thing. That's all. Blues Cat says, "I think of maps as it can be for the GM, and then describing the scenes for them." That is very true. I hadn't considered that. It's very much like, I don't know if anyone's played that game, Keep Calm and Nobody Explodes, where one of you has like the bomb defusal manual, and the other one has the actual program. And you're in separate rooms, or you can't look at each other's stuff. So you're like, you have to really communicate. Like, okay, I'm looking at 6 wires. There's blue, yellow, blue, and you go, okay, it's the top one, this, that, and the other. You know, so it's a very difficult game. I think me and my partner fell out about it several times. Oh, and then it goes on to Dance of Dreams, which is the adventure, which we're not going to look at, unfortunately, because you can do that in your own time. But what a cracking image there. But that's it. I know we blasted through the last part of that, the second part, because we've gone over time by a lot. But that is Vaesen. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't look at like the headquarter upgrades or anything like that, or even really looked at the Vaesen in much detail. But what a great game, right? What a great, straightforward, like the mechanics are so straightforward. It doesn't have all these additional stuff that you have with the other Free League games that uses the Year Zero engine. And there's so much, I really want more people to play it. And maybe now that Alchemy has it on their VTT, and they're having lots of, you go to the Alchemy website, I think they're having lots of workshops and people can play in it as a sort of a, hey, Vaesen is coming to Alchemy, create a new free account, etc. And the reason I'm talking about it is because I want to play on it, because it's not like a VTT in like sense of, it's basically like Roll20, but it's more atmospheric, it's more used for streaming. So hopefully people will pick up on it. So I think there's so much you could do with it, and it's such an easy way into the system and doing folklore horror, and also it just looks incredible, right? In just that style of it, and the concept of it being set in the 19th century, obviously for myself, in a place that I don't really know much about, but it encourages me to look at folklore, which is something I really enjoy. And it's not necessarily about combat, it's about working about a ritual and stuff, so all of it is very, very different. And I really wish, I'm sure they'll figure out doing a quick start, a starter set at some point, or a quick start, like take that Dreamers thing and just put it together thing, and set it for like RPG Gay or something like that, because I think more people would want to play it. I think there's so much here. So yeah, so those are just my thoughts as well. I think, yeah, there's other little bits like the the tiniest of some of the writing, and having form fillable sheets and stuff like that. It's such, but it's I think as well, and again, I say this every time, it would be great to have pronunciation guides or advice on pronouncing like Swedish locations or Swedish names. Yeah, and I know that sounds so silly, but for me, I would really want to embrace that. And I know I chicken out, as you probably saw for others, I chicken out of saying names all the time because I don't want to get them wrong. And so if you're an inexperienced GM and you've got these big names, you'd be like, how do you spell that and stuff? I can imagine that being pressure as well. But yeah, what a really cool system. And I'm not going to go into it, but obviously you've got the solo rules as well, so you can play this by yourself. It's just thematic. And I agree with that conversation we had about, like, would it be better if we had, like, a different name for, like, game master, storyteller, or Vaesen wrangler, you know? I think so. I think it would be really cool to add it, because they have it with other games, like, you know, Alien is Game Mother, for example. I think narrator would work here, I think. But there you go. But that's it. I'll go back to Big Fiona screen. I know it's the... Oh, thank you so much for being with me. First of all, I'm sorry it's so long, but also, I'm great it's so long. I'm glad you guys have enjoyed it such. Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, that can make a really good scene where, say, someone is trapped behind the door and your companion outside has the map and trying to direct you from the outside of the door, but the room is dark inside. Absolutely. I love it even more, having even gone through it now. It's going to be harder to save my money. Well, hopefully, again, if you want, check it out. Obviously, that I've put in the link of there. Thanks for the stream. I had fun. Oh, thank you so much, Chloe. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate dinner is important. Yeah, so you can check out the stuff on the Free League Publishing website. I'd also say check out on Drive-Thru RPG as well. They might be a little bit cheaper because they've got various sales going on as well. So definitely check out. I mean, you don't need all the supplements or anything like that. But obviously they have more scenarios and more adventures and stuff like that, which I've had a quick look through and I highly recommend. But yeah, I can imagine it's addictive, right? But thank you so much, and yeah, go support Free League. Like, obviously we're massive fans of them here at Where, and honestly I would. We talked, there's other streams we've done about Dragonbane, for example, and the quick start for that. Walking Dead we've done, and we've done Alien a long time ago as well. But thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. That was great. I love how you go through these games. Oh, well, thank you, Blue Sky. I very much appreciate it, and thanks for being here as well. And thanks for encouraging me to do that bit at the end, because yeah, I think the game section is much different to some other games, so it's good to go through them. But if you are interested, quickly, I'll do the thing. Podcast. So I do What Am I Rolling, which is a twice monthly RPG one-shot podcast where we do lots of different RPG systems. I haven't done Vaesen yet. Maybe we'll do Vaesen at some point. We also got a Discord, so if you would like to join the Discord and be like, Fiona, you're absolutely wrong about all these things. You should have looked at the Vaesen stuff. Please feel free to join. We're just super cool. We're super cool, right? God, how old do I sound? How are you doing, fellow kids? We're just chatting about RPGs and about our days and just checking in and stuff, and like we're always up for hearing other suggestions, stuff for this, stuff for where. You can also follow our other stuff with DM's book club and all that malarkey. Right, I'm gonna go put my books away and I'll probably go get something to eat because it's late here. Thank you so much, very much appreciate it. The next stream, if you're interested, we're doing a stream on Sunday. Probably not going to do one tomorrow. I was tempted to do it. I think I'll take a break because maybe I need to keep some time to myself, otherwise I'll be streaming forever. We're going to do Gutbat Banwan, which I'm looking forward to. That is, I keep saying it every time, it's predicted to be a really popular one this year, so we're going to go through that, and yeah, we'll go from there. Thank you so much. Oh, good night, see you soon. Night. Yes, oh, night. Oh, I've been told to go to bed. Okay, fine. I'm going to wave at the screen and see you. Bye, guys.